The 2011 American Le Mans Series began this spring on ABC with the 12 Hours of Sebring. 5 races and a long hot summer later, and the championship chase is on. The Muscle Milk Aston Martin team has battled back from a rough season start, winning 3 of the last 4 races, and they must keep winning to have any hope of grabbing season-ending glory.
And even after winning 3 of those last 4 races, there's still a significant gap in the point standings that this Muscle Milk Aston Martin team will have to overcome to win the championship. They're off to a great start here with Klaus Graf picking up his 2nd pole position of the season. But Klaus, you're really left with no room for error. How focused are you on the championship at this point?
Well, we'll look at every race really and go race by race, but obviously you always have a little bit in the back of your mind that, you know, we pretty much have to win every race, or at least for sure finish every race, and that's what we're gonna try with the Muscle Milk Aston Martin car today again. So,
if it's rags to riches in the prototypes, it's the opposite in GT. BMW opened the season with 3 straight wins. They've dominated pre-race qualifying, but have stumbled in the last 2 races, coming together with the opposition in Canada and with each other the last time out at Mid-Ohio. That has opened the door for Corvette to close in the title chase.
And BMW Team RLL looks to close that door today and return to victory lane. Joey Hand, you won here in 2009, you won here in 2010, and you're starting on pole today. But the competition has stepped up. The race is 4 hours. How do you manage the pressure of GT?
Well, you know, it's a good race car. It's a great team. This BMW been good for us for 2 years straight, 2009, 2010. I want to say hi to Scott Remke. We miss you. The principal, he's not here with us. We hope he gets good. But, you know, this Crown Plaza BMW M3 has been strong here, and Dunlop's brought us a good tire again. And I'll tell you, it's all about, you know, how you win championships is with a good team. We have a championship team. Everybody on this program, drivers, engineers, Dunlop, everybody has worked well together because we came out of the trailer and we weren't that strong here. And we worked and worked and worked. And they gave Dirk a great race car for qualifying, as you can tell, and Dirk put down a big lap. It was a great lap. So, you know, I mean, I think that's how you do it, and, you know, this competition is the best you're ever going to see in GT racing, and if we can win here today and do a three-peat for me, I'd be very excited.
The American Le Mans Series, world-class drivers, premier road courses and cutting-edge technology. Drivers from around the world strut their speed, skill and endurance. 5 separate classes racing on the track at the same time. This is the American Le Mans Series.
ESPN and the American Le Mans Series are proud to bring you coverage of Round 6 of the 2011 season, the Road America Road Race Showcase from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This special ABC broadcast is brought to you by Chevrolet and America's premier sports car, Corvette. Just 1 hour north of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, sits one of North America's most iconic permanent road courses, Road America. The American Le Mans Series teams and drivers make their 10th appearance at this famed circuit, and at just over 4 miles long, it is the longest circuit that they will contest all season long. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Till, and we've already had a chance to meet our pole sitters in the prototype category and the GT category. So now let's take a look at the 2 challenge classes that will compete here today, Le Mans Prototype Challenge and GT Challenge. And I can tell you, if qualifying is any indication of how fierce the competition will be, it's going to be a great race. In the LMP Challenge class, it was Butch Leitzinger claiming the pole position in his first drive in the class and for PR1 Mathiasen Motorsports. But it took every minute of qualifying to get the job done as Leitzinger grabbed the pole on the final lap, a mere 9/100ths of a second ahead of second place Core Autosports teammates and championship points leader Gunnar Jeanette and Ricardo Gonzalez. Gonzalez and Jeanette just a 15-point lead over Eric Lux in the class. In the GTC category, championship leader Tim Pappas will start from the pole, along with his teammate and GTC co-champion from last year, Jerome Bleak-Mullen. But the Black Swan teammates will have their work cut out for them as Spencer Pompelli and Duncan Indy start just a tick behind and second on the GTC grid. Well, there are plenty of storylines for today's event yet to explore, so let me introduce you to the 2 road racing experts working with me today, Johnny O'Connell and Bill Adam.
Well, Brian, coming from a track like Mid-Ohio to what is arguably the best sports car circuit in this country, the 4 miles at Road America, it's dramatically different for the prototype drivers because here they can let the horses play. All of that big power shows up on 3 long straights, and these guys will be flying around here. The one interesting change is that the lead Dyson car this weekend looks like it's the number 20, with this young Irishman, Mr. Kane, behind the wheel. he has been nothing short of a sensation. And I think for the guys in the Muscle Milk Aston Martin, they're really going to have to work hard battling two highly competitive Dyson cars.
They really are going to have a challenge, you know, not just keeping those guys behind them, but dealing with the traffic of an extremely competitive GT class. Now, all season long, BMW has led the way. They've been super fast, but lately, the number 4 Corvette has been super strong, and the Risi Ferrari, that car has been also very quick all season long, but has more bad luck than any car on the paddock. Today could be the day that all changes.
And now let's take a look at our Road America track map presented by Porsche.
Well, the first great passing area is into turn 1, where from 180 mile-an-hour speeds, the cars will drop down to about 100. The second area, at the end of an even faster back straight, where from 185 miles an hour down to 50 into turn 5, Johnny.
You know, some very fast parts of the racetrack, but a critical part of the racetrack is the carousel. Turn 9, this area right here, you're running through 4th, 5th gear there, trying to carry so much momentum as you go into one of the most scary, daunting corners in North America. Turn 11, the fast guys through there, 6th gear, barely breathing the throttle, carrying all their momentum down to turn 12, Canada corner. This another great overtaking area, but this racetrack, it's that balance between top end speed and downforce for the braking areas, and Road America, it has it all.
Jan Magnussen missed out on the pole position by just 0.005 of a second behind the wheel of his number 4 Corvette. But Jan, this is a long race. You'll be starting alongside that BMW. How do you sort of expect this race to play out?
Well, it is a close margin, and I don't know if I could have, if I had a chance to beat him, I tried, but it was very close. But it just shows for a good race, I think. Gavin will start the race and see. We don't quite know if he'll single or double yet, but hopefully when I get in, he'll be in control of the race, and we can just take it home from there. But it will be tough. The BMWs are really, really fast this year.
Team Falcon Tire has seen huge gains in performance this year. So far, they have 4 consecutive top 5 finishes, including the win in the most recent round at Mid-Ohio. Brian Sellers, how does the team now take that momentum and move forward and get more success today?
Well, the win for us was really important. Our guys work so hard all the time, and it was finally a little bit of reward for them to see that all the hard work they put in actually does pay off. And in racing, momentum's everything. Once you get on a roll, it builds confidence, and that hopefully that roll continues. And right now, I think everybody's in a good place mentally. I know we don't have the fastest car in the field, but I think that win from Mid-Ohio is going to carry us on a little bit further than maybe if it didn't exist.
Well, a 4-hour event on one of the world's best permanent road courses with some of the best sports car drivers that you will ever see. When we come back to round 6 of the American Le Mans Series, John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw will have more.
Welcome back to Road America in Wisconsin and this picturesque circuit that is the latest challenge for the American Le Mans Series cars, teams and drivers. And at just over 4 miles around, well, clearly, Jeremy Shaw, it's going to be a track where top speed is paramount.
And it's a track that everybody enjoys coming in. The drivers love it. The engineers, though, it's a real challenge because there's 3 parts on this racetrack where the cars, the prototypes, reach in excess of 180 miles an hour. But the engineers have got to make sure that the drivers are comfortable around the corners, too.
And away from the track itself, strategy. This is a long race. It's a demanding race, Jeremy.
It is, and you know, for the fuel strategy is always important in the American Le Mans Series, but for a 4-hour race, and particularly on a racetrack where the cars are only coming past the pits every 2 minutes, when you make those pit stops is absolutely crucial. We've seen in the past cars running out of fuel in the late stages. You want that car to be as light as it possibly can at the end of the race, but over this race last year, it was decided by fuel strategy on the last couple of corners.
Well, that's all still to pan out. Let's find out what the drivers think of it. Down in the pit lane, here's Kelly Stavist.
Well, Butch Leitzinger made his return to prototype racing for the first time since 2009, and he did it in style, stealing that pole position during qualifying. But Butch, your first time with this team, how surprised were you to be in this position straight out of the box?
Well, it is a surprise. You know, it's a very competitive series. The cars are all very close. Fortunately, the team, PR1, does a fantastic job in setting up the car. Rudy and I have been able to slot right in and we've been on the pace immediately. Rudy's actually been faster than me, so like, it bodes well for the race. But it's just been a real pleasure, and it's great to get stuck into one of these cars again.
Kyle Marcelli is the most recent LMPC leader, having won the last round in Mid-Ohio with Intersport Racing. However, this week he finds himself with a new team, Performance Tech Motorsports. Had a fantastic run in qualifying. You missed the pole on the last lap of qualifying. But how difficult is it to come into a new team and really start to gel with these players?
For sure, it can definitely be difficult. As of now, this is just a one-off deal, and we'll see what's going to happen for Baltimore. But I seem to gel pretty well with these guys. You know, I started off my LMS career 2 years ago, Sebring with them, so I know the guys. They're familiar faces, and the chemistry came back pretty quick.
Kyle Marcelli hoping for good results today. That's the LMPC class, but for GTC, here's Kelly Stavist.
Well, it's Tim Pappas from Black Swan Racing who leads the GTC championship standings, but it's getting awfully close, Tim. How much pressure is there, especially at a race like this where there's more points on the line?
Well, it is very close, but, you know, we're used to these kind of fights. This is why we're here. And actually, I'm glad that we've got a longer race. We've got more competitors, so hopefully that makes the championship more exciting, and we go all the way down to the wire, which is the way it should be.
All right, best of luck out there. Thanks, Tim.
Porsche Super Cup points leader Sean Edwards broke the qualifying track record yesterday, but starting at the back of the grid because Carlos Kaufman didn't turn a lap in practice. But what's going to be important about managing that traffic and getting to the front of the pack?
Obviously, we just got to be there at the end. You know, he's going to have to do a good job on the start, and we just got to stay on the lead lap. That's the strategy for the race. Not get into any trouble, keep the car in one piece, and then I can get in with maybe 2 hours to go and push through to the front. And for sure, there's going to be lots of safety cars, so we're going to have to manage that. And I think it's going to be a bit of a dash to the end, like we've seen in the last few races in the LMS with the GTC class and even the GT class. A battle even down to the last lap. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it, and hopefully we'll be winning in the race.
Sean Edwards having a great season so far, not only in Europe with the Super Cup, where him and his teammate Jerome Blakemolen are first and second, but here as well, looking like he's got a career ahead of him in sports car racing. As you can see, the official Chevrolet Corvette pace car as it is now, safety car as it will become after this pace lap, is leading the field around. And it's Lucas Lohr who is tight in behind it. Perfect conditions. Had a shower this morning that just put the cat among the pigeons slightly, sent people scrambling for their wet weather tyres. But it's all cleared up now. So let's go down to the pit lane and get some final thoughts from Ferrari and Risi with Kelly Stavist.
The 62 Risi Ferrari starts third. Jeremy Mello is behind the wheel, and his teammate Tony Vielander. How much pressure is there on you guys this weekend? You haven't had some of the results that you've wanted as of late.
Yes, I told you in the past we want to have the good results, and win here would definitely change the crew we have at the championship now. It's going to be tough, especially the starts and the first laps, and hopefully Jaime will get a good start.
Well, and his teammate Jamie Mello told me moments ago that he said he wants to try to make a move early in the first couple laps. If he can't get it done, he'll let things kind of pan out.
The safety team are out and ready. Let's hope they haven't got too much work to do as we head towards the green flag for round 6 of the American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron. Here are your pole sitters.
Hi, I'm Klaus Graf from Dornhahn, Germany.
I'm Lucas Lohr from Koblenz, Germany.
Scott Tucker, Leawood, Kansas.
Christophe Bouchu, Paris, France.
Rudy Junco, Monterrey, Mexico.
Butch Leitzinger, State College, Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Dirk Müller from Emmerting, Switzerland.
Joey Hand, Sacramento, California.
I'm Jeroen Bleekemolen and I'm from the Netherlands.
I'm Tim Pappas from Boston.
There are your pole sitters then in the categories here for the American Le Mans Series. Now, settle back just for a moment. Right, now sit forward again because the action is about to start. We might have sold you a whole seat, but you're only going to need the edge of it for the next 4 hours as we're about to go racing in the Road Race Showcase here at Road America. 4.048 miles of automotive heaven or hell. And what will it be? Well, the next 4 hours will tell us that as the lead cars are perfectly lined up 2 by 2, heading up this long run up the hill, which is very steep indeed, before we see the green flag. 1 or 2 of the guys at the back of the prototype there's a little tap at the back of the GTC field. That looks like it was the Hanson Farnbacher car creeping up the hill, and Lucas Luhr is really bringing them slowly, and the Jaguar's got a problem. That's the lead Jaguar with the problem, as we're still waiting to see the green flag fly, and there it is. Dennis Paul throws the green flag across the line, and Lucas Luhr gets the drop, as you might expect, as off go the fireworks, and there's a huge cacophony of sound as the V12 powers into the lead round turn 1. A little touch there between the Dyson, the G-Oil Dyson car, and the Autocon machine, with the guys running down the hill now, and there's off on the side of the circuit there's all kinds of problems going on. That was Frankie Montecalvo with 2 wheels on the ground, and I think there's a change in the leadership as well. I think I saw Stephen Kane just leading from Lucas Luhr as the rest of the field pours through as if they're all running down the interstate back down to Chicago, and there is the confirmation going through turn 5 that after that very slow run to the start, Jeremy, which was perfect tactics for the big V12, but Stephen Kane, who's not feeling very well today, the Northern Irishman, has taken the lead, and that's great news for the Oryx team and great news for us, I think, as spectators.
Coming down into turn 3, clean. Lucas Luhr doesn't contest that, but Stephen Kane got a super run. He got a super run through that first corner, and it was absolutely a magnificent move there by Stephen Kane. He judged that move to perfection, got a good run through turn 1, able to carry that momentum down the hill, and made the pass into turn 3.
And look at the second of the Dyson cars as well, as that car is driven by Chris Dyson, and he's another man who's not feeling too well. Both of the starting drivers in the Mazda-powered Lola Coupe is not too good.
That's right. Chris Dyson this morning woke up with quite a big fever. He wasn't feeling well at all, and then around about just before lunchtime, Stephen Kane started to feel nauseous as well. Not great conditions to start this with. It's a lot hotter this afternoon too than we had expected coming into the day.
There's the LMPC leader, Rudy Junko, who is leading out, and there is the battle behind him with Ricardo Gonzalez and Anthony Nicolaisi battling it out as they go across the top of the hill. First, second and third almost in the pictures together. What a great return to the series for PR1 Matheson Motorsports as the core car goes through with Ricardo Gonzalez leading it from Junko in second place. And there is the BMW leading the Ferrari for the GT category. That's Joey Hand and Jamie Mello. Now there was a bit of action in the GT. Look back, this is just a few moments ago. Look at this. 06 is gone past him. That's amazing. He absolutely hammered him round that first lap.
I think a little bit of experience there. Ricardo Gonzalez, he's been starting the races in that number 06 Core Autosport car for much of the season, so he knows what it takes to get up to speed quickly in that car. Rudy Junko, it's the first time he's driven the car, so he's understandably taking a relatively cautious first lap. Rudy, he's got a fair bit of racing experience, but most of it was in Indy Lights about 10 years ago. He's driven quite a lot of vintage racing since then, alongside his dad, who's an avid vintage car racer in all sorts of different cars. But Rudy, in this kind of a car, I think a very smart opening lap for that car number 52.
7th in class, Bill Oberlin, the 55 car. Before that, a quick shot of the 055, Scott Tucker. This is his 7th race of the weekend this weekend. He's driven both of the GT Challenge races. He's driven both of the IMSA Lights races. And he's back with his team. He drove a Trans Am race as well, as Jeremy reminds me. There's the GT leader, and the BMW has got away. And that is in the hands of Joey Hand. Jamie Mello in second place, Ollie Gavin leading the resurgence of the Corvette brand. And Tommy Milner right behind him. Second place, Ricci Ferrari. My goodness, they need some luck, don't they?
I spoke with Jamie Mello just moments before the start of this race and asked him how he approached the start to a 4-hour race. I thought maybe he'd say let things play out. He said, oh no, I want to attack early. The first few laps, I'm going to look for the best opportunities that I have. And we've already seen him make one move to get around the Corvette and get himself into second position. Now, they haven't had the best results. I said, hey, do you guys feel like you kind of have nothing to lose? And he gave his red Ferrari a big pat, and he said, oh no, we've got a lot to lose.
That 458, a beautiful machine, still running the sequential gearbox with the stick shift on the 62 car, but we do, for the first time this weekend, have a 458 Italia running the paddle shift. Just one of the ESM cars, and it's the 02 that has the paddle shift. Now, that is the GTC leader, and that is the, as we've said many times before, the 54 Black Swan Racing, Jerome Blakenmolen back in the car. Jaap van Lagen, who has driven with that team in the Green Hornet team, which they are kind of a satellite team, that green car behind. So they're almost teammates there, ahead of the third place car at the moment in GTC, which is Nick Ham. He had a big and scary looking off in that bright gold car earlier this morning, but clearly no harm, no foul. He got airborne, but he's holding third position at the moment. It's Stephen Kane that leads the motor race. The first moments of the 4 hours are in the history books here at the...
Listen. Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit. 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 Hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving. And that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
So.
A car designed with a singular purpose, yet somehow it manages to be so much more. Porsche, engineered for magic every day.
The American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron, the fusion of man, mind, and machine in the ultimate test, where the fight for first is around every corner and in the mind of every driver. It's 100% adrenaline, rip, rock, tear, and burn. But there's only one winner and only one place in North America to see the thrill of Le Mans. The American Le Mans Series, coming at you this summer on ABC, ESPN2, and ESPN3.com.
There is your leader, Stephen Kane. We reckon this is the first time he's led any laps in the American Le Mans Series. Don't forget, as well as what we've seen on the classes on the tracks, there's also the Green X Challenge to think about. This is the clean, fast and efficient motor race that we have in every single round of the American Le Mans Series. Basically, all of those categories have a value. They're added together, and at the end of the race we'll give you winners in the prototypes and the GT category. Problem for the 18 car, this is very early on in the gravel trap, I'm afraid, for Anthony Nicolosi, and that is on the outside of the carousel. He's going to have to be removed from that area, Jeremy, and that's a shame because he'd had a good start and was up to third place.
Yeah, that was an excellent start, and the addition of Kyle Marcelli to that team this weekend has really allowed them to make some strides with the setup of the car. Both Anthony Nicolosi and his teammate Jarrett Boone, they have very little experience in any sort of high horsepower cars, and certainly with this sort of competition it was a big eye-opener for them. They were just struggling to improve themselves, and they were just driving the car they were given. Well, now Kyle Marcelli has got that car and said, hey, the car should be a lot better than this, guys. So he worked with that team on Thursday and Friday, and the car is working better, and that car is going faster as a result.
Unfortunately, a little too quick at this point. I just clipped the inside of the carousel. Oh, he's almost got it back at that point and just rolls off. If he'd kept the brake on there, he might have been able to save that, you know. You probably saw in the background there where Jeremy was giving you the lowdown on the team that the double yellows have come out. That's a full course caution. So now the safety car, as it has become, will be out at the front of the field. pacing them around. That's bad news for Stephen Kane. He had pulled away by a couple of seconds.
About 1.3 seconds. It wasn't much of a margin he had over the Aston Martin. They were pretty much keeping pace with each other. Each of the top three actually turning very similar lap times in those opening stages of the race. The best lap so far was the last time around by Stephen Kane, 1 minute 54.065. Lucas Luhr, 54.095. So just 0.03 of a second apart. Incredibly close competition. And there, the green and white car, the mod space car of the Mazda of Chris Dyson, not feeling well, but still he's been running within a couple or 0.3 of a second of those lead pair.
Now, who does this benefit, if anyone, from the top three prototypes, Jeremy? We know that the Aston Martin, they were talking about maybe going 45 minutes of green flag racing. There's a lot of full throttle, full power running here.
Yeah, it's basically 4 or 5 pit stops this race. In order to make it on just 4 pit stops, these teams need several laps of yellow. You're right, the Aston Martin could do about 45 minutes of flat-out green flag racing. The Dyson cars are around about the same. So in order for them to make it on 4 pit stops, they're going to need about 15 or 20 minutes of yellow flag running at least in order to bring that down to 4 stops. Otherwise, it's 4 full stops and a splash of fuel towards the end. Or at some stage, anyhow.
I just wonder as well, we saw at Mid-Ohio, didn't we, the Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing team and the G-Oils machine there of Chris Dyson almost had tunnel vision. They ignoring what else was going on the racetrack, ignoring the weather conditions, and basically just looking at it themselves, sort of monkey see, monkey do, tunnel vision kind of thing. And I wonder if that means that Stephen Kane and Hamid Al Masood have got a real chance here of taking an overall victory, while these two teams are battling for the championship and effectively trying to negate each other's tactical moves.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, and particularly with the longer 4-hour format here. Generally speaking, just a 2 hours and 45-minute race, you'll change drivers only once during that race. So you generally want the quicker driver in towards the end of the race, and the slower driver, therefore, if he loses a lap early on, then that car is pretty much out of contention. Well, in this format now, Stephen Kane obviously has a lot more experience than Hamid Al Masood, so it makes sense to start Stephen Kane in that car. Hamid will get into the car and do the middle stint of the race, and if he can then stay on the lead lap, the opportunity then will be presented, that they hope, to get Stephen Kane back into that car on the lead lap for the final stint of the race.
So at the moment, the race is under negotiation of full course caution. Negotiating their first full course caution. Now we hear on the Pits to Car radio that 1 or 2 teams already are thinking they might come into the pits and have a very early splash. And when you consider that we've only done 5 laps and only 4 of those were at racing speed, you might think, well, what's the point? But again, as Jeremy said before we came up to the booth here when we were out on the roof, these laps are so long and they are so fast that any time you can take the opportunity to top off the tank without losing too much road position, too much track position, then it's got to be something. When you're marginal on how many pit stops you're going to be, it's got to be something worth considering.
Yeah, and let's not forget that 2 years ago, when BMW scored its first victory with this car in the American Le Mans Series, they made their stops right. Their strategy fell out their way. They were able to get a full lap advantage over everybody else, and that was ended up being the margin at the end of the race as well. So it looks there as if Joey Hand elected not to bring him in. Whether they will bring in Bill Oberlin, who is much further back down the order, that is a possibility as well, but I don't think anybody has made their way onto pit lane.
See the Jaguar going by there. They had a problem on the start and in fact dropped the lap early on. It looked like the car was somewhat recalcitrant going up the hill. The wave by has started, the pass around, and he will be allowed to go around and make up that. So that's good news for the 99 RSR. Now, manufacturers and teams strive for efficiency on and off the track, and when it comes to tyres, the research and development undertaken by Michelin has delivered stunning advances in rolling resistance, as Jamie Howe reports.
Did you know that tires account for nearly 20% of the energy your car uses to roll down the road? It might seem high, but it's true. And that's why rolling resistance is so important. Because the lower the rolling resistance, the less energy the tires use, and that saves you money. So this tire carries the Michelin Green X designation because it delivers a high level of fuel efficiency without compromising the tread wear, the handling, or the stopping distance, which makes it green. So Bib and I, we're going to conduct our very own simple test just to show that the tire with the lowest rolling resistance is actually the most efficient. So Bib, you ready? Let's roll. On a global basis, Michelin energy efficient tires have saved over 3.7 billion gallons of fuel and reduced CO2 emissions by 79 billion pounds. To learn more about tires for your car, go to michelinman.com. My tire won.
Yeah, don't be so smug, Jamie. Jamie Howe there with Bib, who I thought looked pretty good as well. On board the Aston Martin Muscle Milk machine with Lucas Luhr there sitting behind. He's looking a bit agitated here as the pits have been open for the prototypes. Remember, first lap prototypes, second lap for the GTs, third lap. I see what it is now, Jeremy. He's got a problem with his radio cord there. It's got snagged on one of the bungee cords that holds his straps down.
It has, and it's certainly clearly upsetting in there. Lucas Luhr, he's a track record holder around here, of course. He set the qualifying lap record of 1:46.9, an average speed of 136.277 miles an hour. That's back in 2008 in the Audi R10 TDI, when, of course, they had about probably at least a couple of hundred extra horsepower than they have right now with the rule changes that are taking place over the last few years.
With a corner that's about just under 60 miles an hour. What was the average, did you say?
136.
Wow. 3 times up around the 180 miles an hour mark for these fastest prototypes. Makes this one of the real fan and team driver favourites.
And this Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin, they started off the weekend, they ran only a couple of laps. Well, they were planning on running only a few laps on the Thursday test day, but in actual fact, on the first lap out of the pits, they had an alternator problem on that car. The car ground to a halt. It didn't even make it around the lap, so they didn't get any running at all effectively on Thursday. Came out here Friday morning with a relatively low downforce setting on that car. The speed at the end of the straightaway here was about 183, and then as the weekend has gone on, they've trimmed a little bit more downforce into that car, as we see a couple of people coming onto pit lane, including the LMP class leader, as well as the only P2 car in the race.
Yeah, that P2 055 car, when we get a chance to have a look at that, we'll run you down the spec on that car. It's not the car that we were expecting to see here, but here is the 06, the Core Autosport leading PC car. Now this is a bit of a gamble because they've both of the cars in. You might have thought they might have split their strategy, so Ricardo Gonzalez and Frankie Moncalvo coming in the 05 and the 06 cars, and look at that, they are crawling down the pit lane at the pit lane speed limits. That must seem such a long time. Both cars in on their marks. Kelly Stavist is down at that end of pit lane.
I had just gotten word from Gunnar Jeanette moments ago that indeed both cars would come in. Obviously this is just a strategic move to top off both cars with fuel, although the number 6 maybe a bit slow getting it started back underway, but now they're both off and running, and we'll see how this strategic move plays out.
The number 055 of Level 5 Motorsports was also in the pits just for a quick splash of fuel. They're already back out and underway.
Yeah, it's an interesting car, that 055 on board with Scott Tucker there, just over his right shoulder. This is the Lola chassis that they raced in Europe. It's the cost-capped car, for those of you who follow these things, which means it's running down, it can run down at 860 kilos. It's running about 880 here, but they have got the bigger restrictor on the HPD engine. That's given them a little more pace, and they're running the new iteration of the HPD engine that's been available to HPD teams since Imola. Well, we're still under our first full course caution here at Road America, so let's take the opportunity to take a break and we'll come back to some more action.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin Man who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering. Analyzing. Perfecting. Pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
Well, as you rejoin us, here's a rather odd sight. We're seeing the Crown Plaza 55 BMW coming into the pit lane. This is Bill Oberlin bringing the car in for a new set of Dunlop tyres as the Corvette's coming in and out behind them. Let's go down to the BMW pit stall with Jamie Howe.
It looks like they're going to be doing left side tires only. Fuel and left side tires only. The team said earlier today, we never have and we never will run the same compound on all four corners of the car. Today is no different.
Well, and it looks like Corvette was going to split their team strategy with the number 3 car, who was 4th coming in to get a top off on fuel. The number 4 car was in 3rd place. They stayed out on the track, so fuel only on the number 3 Corvette.
That's very interesting. The Corvette splitting their strategy with the 3 car, Tommy Milner then. And the tyres, 2 tyres only for the BMW. What does that make you think about their qualifying strategy, Jeremy?
Yeah, tough to say, but interesting that both teams would split their strategies. Both the BMWs, the 56 car stayed out for BMW, 55 came in the pits. Number 4 car stayed out for Corvette, number 3 in the pit lane.
Yeah, 2 tyres only for BMW. Well, Road America is a huge challenge. It's fast. There's lots of time to be gained if you're willing to take a risk. So Corvettes are built to absorb the shock of the inevitable clashes.
You know, when you talk Corvette racing, we talk technology transfer. There's no better example of that than the carbon fiber fenders that appear on our production cars. They started on the race cars. Those of you who have kids know all about sibling rivalry. On the racetrack, there's rubbing and racing. We don't mind if the kids get together once in a while because these carbon fenders can take it.
Yeah, but I'm sure Doug Feehan there, the programme manager for Corvette Racing, has something to say when they get together quite as hard as the times we've seen over the last few years. So the two of the major teams splitting their strategies with the Corvettes and the BMWs, and we're hearing that the 48 car is getting a stop and go. That's the Sasha Massa driven GT. The Paul Miller Racing Porsche will get a stop and go for speeding on pit lane. Very unusual for Sasha to make that kind of mistake, as the Corvette safety car pulls into the pit lane, and Stephen Kane will see the green flag as he crests the rise, and there it is, and straight away Lucas Slur is on the right hand pedal. He gets position on driver's right, he's nosing ahead and will lead back into turn 1. There's just no way that little Mazda can go, but he gets a great run out of turn 1. Stephen Kane down the hill, carbon copy of the start of the race, and goes back ahead into turn 2, hooking up the Dunlop tyres on that Lola with the Mazda turbocharged engine coming through one. Took a little bit late at apex and was able to drive down the hill and pull exactly the same move on 2 restarts running.
Fascinating, isn't it? I mean, 2 completely different engine chassis combinations. They're both Lola chassis there for the Dyson team and for the Muscle Milk team, but the engines, a 2-litre Mazda, a turbo engine in that number 20 car, and a 6-litre V12 Aston Martin in that Muscle Milk number 6 car.
The team told me earlier today it was just a matter of time before Stephen Kane came out of his shell and really showed everyone else what they knew he could do. They just told him on the radio after he made that pass, that is officially your corner, dude. Good job.
Just a little mistake for the 06 there. Thanks, Jamie. Jamie Howe in pit lane. Ricardo Gonzalez, remember, made that stop from the... Oh, and he's done damage to the front split to the right-hand side. He's going to have to come in. Coming down to turn 5. Look, he's locked up the back wheels. Left, then right. He does the best he can to try and keep it out of the wall, but there's no coming back from there. That's actually quite steeply downhill there, Jeremy. And we've seen more than one driver in various different categories this weekend get that very wrong indeed. And in fact, Ricardo Gonzalez has got away fairly cheaply there.
Yeah, but has he done any damage to the car? It's a pretty solid hit there with the front end of that car. They are fairly solid now. They did have initially some problems with the front end of these cars and the way they were built, but there is certainly some damage on the front splitter there. That is really going to affect the aerodynamics of this car. And that, let us not forget, is the championship leader in LMP Challenge.
I'm not sure he can continue like that, Jeremy, for 2 reasons. One, it'll be causing him an aerodynamic imbalance. Look at that on the right-hand side, it's cracked it. And 2, I do think the IMSA officials will be looking at that and thinking, I'm not sure we want a big lump of carbon fibre, which is a fairly hefty chunk there. It's, you know, 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch thick. We don't want that coming off and lying on the track, or we're still going over the top of the car and perhaps hitting a following vehicle. That's going to be a new nose, and in fact he's coming straight in, and I think that's a smart move, because all he's doing otherwise is putting off the inevitable.
Yeah, no doubt there. The crew, a lot of experience on that team. Race engineer Burke Harrison, I think, is on that car, and you know, there's a wealth of experience there. Tom Brown is the other race engineer here with Core Autosport. Massive amount of experience, mainly in champ car racing, but all sorts of categories as well, and there's no doubt that was the right call. Bring that car in the pits, get a new nose on it, hopefully, and they'll be able to send it back out into the fray. But Ricardo Gonzalez and Gunnar Jeanette, they have been very much the pace setters in overall terms in the class this season. I think the fastest 2-driver combination, and that has shown as they led the points coming into this weekend.
The only thing they'll be worried about is if any of the fixings on that nose cone are damaged. This is very leisurely, and I think are they going to put him behind the wall? Kelly is down there.
Well, the team just assessing the damage right now, and you just saw him shoo him off. We'll have to see if they think the damage was bad enough that they need to send it behind the wall, or I think they're sending him back out on track, which is exactly what they're doing. They've decided he can stay with that front splitter, and he doesn't need a new nose. So nothing happened down here at the 06. We'll see how that holds up.
Well, they're a lot, thanks Kelly, they're a lot closer to it than we are, but okay.
Tell you what though, it's not going to be a lot of fun to drive for Ricardo Gonzalez.
Well, it's a good 2, maybe 3 inches displaced, isn't it? Andy's lost the end piece of it as well, which will have an aerodynamic effect. Let's look back into the GT category. Always one of our favourite battles. Well, first of all, let's pick up the LMP2 055. Scott Tucker there, the black car, looking at him driving through the field. And now pick up the GTs again as we look at the extreme speed Ferraris, as we're looking at 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th absolutely together. The 2 extreme Ferraris, remember the 02 car running the paddle shift for the first time, sandwiched right in the middle there. One of the flying lizard sensors was good. Oh my goodness me, that was very tight indeed. For second place is Jamie Mello in the bright red 458. Had very close call there with Ollie Gavin following behind in the Corvette.
Boy, that was close there. Jamie Mello just carved across the nose of the Corvette, driven by Oliver Gavin going into turn 1, and I think he was a little bit fortunate that there wasn't any damage. I think you've got to give credit to Oliver Gavin for perhaps just breathing off the throttle just a little bit and allowing Jamie Mello to take that corner. He wasn't forcing the issue. He knows it's a long race. He knows the Corvette is consistent on its tyres and looking good over the long stint, so don't do anything silly in the early stages.
Massive crowds you saw at the fence line there going down towards turn number 5. That's the back of the paddock, and look at this, right out into the country, people parked up having a fantastic weekend here. We've got a big Corvette celebration here tomorrow, which many of this crowd will be staying on for. They love their road racing round here. It's a very knowledgeable crowd as well, Jeremy, as we pick up the GT leader going through, and here's that battle for second place, and walking through the paddock and the public areas, everybody wants to have a stop, have a chat with you. Even when we went for dinner the other night, there's fans all over the wider area, maybe about a 50-mile radius here this weekend.
Yeah, it's tremendous fun here. And the weather conditions this afternoon, absolutely perfect. We talked about it this morning. There was a rain shower came through this morning and some heavy showers in the region, but it cleared up around about 10 o'clock in the morning. Since then, it's been absolutely gorgeous, getting more and more pleasant really as the day goes on. But it has been a lot warmer this afternoon than we expected. We were told to expect a high temperature of about 72 degrees. Well, it's a good bit warmer than that. And that is maybe going to play into the plans of these teams. We talked about that BMW pit stop. Number 55 car came in yesterday when they went into qualifying. They know what the weather is likely to be like today, so therefore they put the tyres on the car they expect to be good for race conditions. Maybe that would explain why they made that early pit stop.
Well, Tommy Milner and Bill Oberlin, the two who stopped of the Corvette and BMWs, doing 209s, whereas the leaders are doing 207s. Let's go back to GTCs. We'll keep an eye on the relative lap times of those who got tyres and stopped and those who haven't. Black Swan in GTC leads the Green Hornet Black Swan, so effectively a 1-2 for this team. And we're so used to seeing that green, white and black livery of the 54 car, and we're kind of getting used to seeing the 34 car as well in that green with the, I do like that retro sort of bright green with the matte black bonnet. That's very American muscle car, actually, of going back to the 70s. And Jaap van Lagen, former world touring car driver, in fact still does dabble a little bit, drove for Lada among other people. He's driven in the UK and in Europe in many sedan and touring car championships. He has adapted like a duck to water. Meantime, the battle in further down in GT, this is Tommy Milner and Bill Oberlin that we were talking about before. These are the guys who stopped under that yellow flag, the full course caution. This is 11th and 12th in GT, just going past the Jaguar that spent a little bit of time in the pitch there. And these two guys are trying now to get back through the field and make the best of the fact that they've already done a stop and topped up their fuel. And don't forget, Bill Oberlin has got new left side Dunlop rubber as they head into the carousel. Just have a listen to this engine noise through here. He's just feathering the throttle. Now gets back on it as he comes out again as soon as you see the curb on the right hand side and heading down to what Johnny O'Connell in the pre-show was talking about, one of the most awesome corners in American motorsport, the kink. And even for the GT cars now, it's pretty much flat, isn't it?
Yeah, they call it a kink, I call it a corner. I mean, seriously, I mean, it demands all your attention through there, whatever sort of class car you're in. It's just about flat out, but not easily flat out in anything at all. And in these cars, particularly on a full tank of fuel, cars are moving around through there, you've got to be paying attention. Stephen Kane, he still leads. And the margin is about a couple of seconds at the front of the field, so you're not missing anything there. It's all this battling GT that is the attention. Stephen Kane does have the fastest lap of the race, but these two here, the Corvette and the BMW, this is a battle for 11th place.
10th and 11th, excuse me.
All the way through the field. There's the Jaguar back there as well. That's running pretty good pace as well. That's PJ Jones on board that car, the 98 car. Number 99 had a problem early on. In fact, I believe now he's back into the pit lane. Also into the pits and out of the race after only 2 laps is a number 23 Alex Job Racing GT Challenge car. One of the top contenders in that category. They had rising water temperatures, I believe some contact perhaps on the early laps. Number 23 car, Bill Sweedler, who are driving that car this weekend with Brian Wong, already out of the race.
Yeah, they've had a horrible weekend, but not up to their usual standard. That is the battle for 10th position. The 3 has it, the 55 wants it. They're fighting their way back up through the field. Stephen Kane has now lost 2 seconds of that lead, and that is only 8/10 ahead of Lucas Lowe at the head of the field. There's Bill Oberlin, who was attacked by his teammate last weekend. Well, at the moment, he doesn't have to worry about that, nor the weather conditions, as they're gaining on the Ford GT, the Robertson car, and that's David Murray ahead of him. There are your class leaders. Plenty of racing still to go, 3.5 hours still to go here at Road America.
Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit, 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 Hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving. And that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
A car designed with a singular purpose. Yet somehow, it manages to be so much more. Porsche, engineered for magic every day.
The American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron, the fusion of man, mind, and machine in the ultimate test, where the fight for first is around every corner and in the mind of every driver. Each 100% adrenaline. Rip, rock, tear, and burn. But there's only one winner and only one place in North America to see the thrill of Le Mans. The American Le Mans Series, coming at you this summer on ABC, ESPN2, and ESPN3.com.
Here at the Road America Road Race Showcase at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We're on lap number 15, just over 3 hours and 23 minutes to go. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh on ESPN3.com. Hello there, beautiful Wisconsin day here for the massive, appreciative crowd. And hello to everybody on Motors TV, listening in Europe at the moment. And Rogers Sportnet 1 up in Canada. And also, I know that you're listening in on WVIE in Baltimore as well. And we're very excited to come and be racing with you in a few weeks' time on the city streets of Baltimore with the American Le Mans Series. So far here at the 4 miles of Road America, it's been a story of people trying to get into some kind of running groove. And it's a good opportunity to take you back and look at the first half an hour of this event. And it certainly has been eventful. We're on board with the 56 BMW, which leads the GT class with Joey Hand. And up to the top of the hill. And let's just listen to that V8 BMW engine as he comes into the right-hander before going down through Hurry Downs. 2, 3 gears down, clip the apex and head off towards the carousel. Little lift in the middle there, is that? Ooh,
yeah,
down change.
He'll be on and off the throttle through that corner. I don't think he'll be down change, but on and off the throttle there to just balance that car on the exit. And he's got a lead of about a couple and a half seconds over the Ferrari of Jamie Mello. And then in third place is Oliver Gavin, and he's not far behind either. You can see them there.
Just in the background,
the P2 leader in between those top 3 cars in GT.
As the GT leader comes to Canada corner, take a bit of curb on the right, get on the power as hard as you can, heading up to the left-hander of Bill Mitchell corner. Can take a lot of speed through here. Leave it in fourth. Now get on the gas. Come on, harder, harder, harder. You're dashing towards the final corner now. Down 1, maybe 2 gears, turn in, and now hard on the gas because it's going to be uphill all the way to the finish line here. Change up, snatching of the gear now, up into 5th. And he gets passed by Scott Tucker as he heads across the start-finish line. Drops him behind. That's smart driving. He's getting a draft there, even from that prototype car, Jeremy.
That's right. There'll be an area of dead air behind that prototype car. Jerry can tuck in there. It'll give a little bit of a kind of a forward boost, because with that dead air, it just means you pick up a little bit more speed. And that enables Jerry just to carry a little bit more momentum up towards turn 1, extend that margin a little bit more over the pursuing Ferrari. It's now, what about 2.7 seconds, 2 3/4 seconds. Here's a battle just a little bit farther back. Wolf Hensler and Guy Cosmo battling for 5th and 6th in GT.
And in fact, there's been a change of position there because Wolf's come through the field just a little bit, and he's got ahead of both of the ESM cars, and the Porsche, the Flying Lizards, got ahead of them as well. Jörg Bergmeister, if you remember the last time we saw them, that silver and red Lizard was between the two ESM cars, and now he's got ahead of them and he's pulling away. So Bergmeister, who loves this track, Jeremy, now up to 4th position. This is the battle for 5th.
Yeah, that Flying Lizard Porsche, the red and silver car with the yellow band across the windscreen, they're running a slightly different Michelin tyre this weekend. There's the Falcon tyres on that car in the lead there, with the ESM Ferrari on Michelin's behind him, but just out of the picture
race
to
leader
the right
coming up there as well
is the Flying Lizard car. They're running a slightly different tyre this weekend. It's a good bit faster, but I was speaking to Patrick Long just before the start of the race, and they're still trying to get the balance of that car. Yes, there is a race leader right behind it too.
No, Stephen, not there. Tries to go up the inside, heading into the carousel. That's a very dangerous move. The GT car cannot move anywhere, and fortunately Guy Cosmo and Stephen Kane sorted out before there was a real tangle there. Bit of an experience at this track, I think, by Stephen Kane there. Normally on a right-handed corner you would have thought, yes, he could have got through, but here, with it being such a long corner, almost a double or a triple pressure corner in bobsleigh terminology, there's just nowhere for the GT car to go there, Jeremy.
No, that's exactly right there. You have to take the line through there in a GT car. The prototypes are a little bit more leeway you have in order to take different lines, so you can perhaps take a slightly tighter line, but it's very, very dodgy place to make any pass on anybody. And Stephen Kane there, he did the right thing. He just got out of the gas just a little bit and able to, but look at the pressure now as the leaders work their way past a couple of LMP challenge cars. There is Stephen Kane on the left of the picture, and behind him, what about a second or two, is that Muscle Milk Aston Martin with the two LMPC cars right in the middle.
Yeah, and he's caught them in a bad place.
Lucas will want to get through there as quick as he can.
He made up a second on the last part of that lap whilst Stephen was working his way through the GT cars, but he's lost all of that and possibly more. 1.2 seconds at the line, but Stephen, look, he's out of sight now in that Oryx Dyson.
A great job Stephen Kane's been doing. It's only his 4th start in this car. And remember, last time out 2 weeks ago at Mid-Ohio, he spun that car it's out of the carousel turn. It hit the wall. It didn't look like a heavy impact at the time, but indeed it was a 20G impact. And he was very woozy when he got out of that car, Stephen Kane. He was not a happy bunny, and nor was the wallet of the team. It cost $140,000 to repair that car.
Now, Rudy Junko back in the lead of the LMPC category. The 52 car in 5th position overall. He's almost 7 seconds ahead of Eric Lux in the 63, and this is all because of the spin early on, of course, by Nicolosi, and the odd pit stops by the core guys. They really rolled the dice there, the 06 and the 05 car, and at the moment they are sitting off the pace just a little bit, with Ricardo Gonzalez down in 26th position. Now he's only 6th in class, but he's a long way, and there's a lot of cars between him and the guys that he's racing.
That's right, because he had that spin as well, did Ricardo Gonzalez, so he's lost a lot of ground, but Rudy Junko handed to him. He's come into this car, it's his first race in this car this season. He drove one last year, excellent for the race leader for PR1 Matheson Motorsports.
The good news is the other core motorsport cars in 3rd position with Franti Montecalvo. More when we come back from Road America. Well, in fact, we're staying with the onboards, my apologies. And this is the Corvette that we're sitting on board with. It's the 3 car of Tommy Milner, and he's right in behind the...
Marco Holzer.
That must be the Lizard, yeah. So where's Bill Overland gone?
Just ahead of me, just made the pass, just on, there he is, going down towards head. Here in the foreground of the picture is Bill Overland. So that BMW and the Corvette, they've been running in tandem since those pit stops. There is the 3rd place overall car, Chris Dyson. He's full about 23 seconds behind the race leader in that car number 16, that G-Oil Lola Mazda for Dyson Racing. And Chris is not feeling at all well. He's really struggling at the wheel of that car, and he wasn't really looking forward to this race. He normally looks forward to it, but the way he was feeling, not a happy camper coming into this event.
Well, interesting here, the Corvette, Jeremy, is dropping away just a little bit from the BMW. Remember, the Corvette only took fuel, whereas the BMW took fuel and left side Dunlop tyres with Bill Oberlin, and Bill's managed to pull away a little bit and make up a few positions. now in 8th position in class, 18th overall, and 2 cars ahead of our camera car at the moment. Heading down the hill towards that's the Hurry Downs area of the race circuit, down towards the carousel. Now, leaders in traffic.
Gorgeous sounding Aston Martin.
You can hear that
wail of it through the trees. Isn't it glorious? But no sign there of Stephen Kane. Again, he's pulled out a good bit of a margin on that previous lap. Looks to have extended as well. He wasn't even in the picture there.
No, indeed. And now it's Chris Dyson's turn to pick his way through the 5th, 6th and 7th cars in GT. Wolf Hensler coming off their maiden victory in the American Le Mans Series. What a fabulous run that was last week. As we've got the race leader in the pit lane, Stephen Kane, after, 3/4 of an hour, 45 minutes. This is on schedule as we expected. About 45 minutes. That doesn't take into account any of the fact that we've had some yellow flag running here, Jeremy. No. So perhaps a little bit early.
Perhaps a little bit early. So now
he's going to double stint though,
to do another 2 or a couple of laps or so, but maybe not. Jamie Howe is in the Onyx Racing pit.
Yes, I was listening to the team radio just before he came in. Stephen Kane will stay in the car. This is going to be a standard stop, tire and fuel only. Right now you see the isobutanol still going in. They are going to give him a fresh drink bottle, though. It's hot today, guys. So we do isobutanol. No other work can be done on the car, so they have to wait on the tires. Fuel is done. Car is up on the jacks. They're going to take 4 new Dunlop tires, it looks like. You can see the team practice these tire changes. They said that one of the biggest challenges coming in to run this 20 car this year is the gel of the 2 teams, Oryx and Dyson Racing. Team manager Michael White said this couldn't have gone any better. Just see him fumbling in the cockpit there.
Looked a pretty leisurely stop, but everything was done as it needed to be. What really determines it is how long it takes for the fuel to go in, and so there is the first of the leaders, indeed the leading car itself, into the pit lane after just over 45 minutes, or if you prefer 20 laps, although 4 of those run under full course caution, remember. 5 of those run under full course caution, and it'll be interesting to see. The changed tyres there, they did qualify on those tyres, so they have changed the Dunlops, and he's out again. Now let's go back to the GT battle that we were looking at before, and Bill Auberland now has joined the party because Wolf Hensler, the 2 ASM Ferraris now have a BMW in close quarters. Remember, Bill's got newer left side tyres, only by a few laps in the race, but all of these other cars also qualified on the tyres they started on. That's the rule in the American Le Mans Series. So the left-hand side Dunlops on Bill Auberland's 55 BMW, considerably younger, and those are the cars, being this is a clockwise, right-handed circuit, those are the tyres that you lean on the most, and he's going to put that ESM Ferrari to the sword fairly quickly. He's charged up to the back of it, Jeremy, and he's drafting it down the front straight.
Very similar straight-line speeds, however. BMW perhaps getting a bit of a draft going towards when he looks to the inside, but he's not quite close enough to make a move. So it's still Wolf Hensler at the front of this pack, then the 2 ESM cars, Guy Cosma and Johannes van Overbeek, and then Bill Auberland right behind him as well, and not too far ahead of him. Maybe we'll see him just to the left of the picture going underneath the bridge. Not quite, but Jörg Bergmeister in that Flying Lizard car, he's only a couple of seconds farther up the road.
View from Bill Auberland's car, the big V8 of the BMW. He slides to the left-hand side of the braking area for turn 5. He's got great position and he makes the pass. Now, can he hold the car on the exit of the corner? Yes, he can, and he takes away position 7 in GT for Johannes van Overbeek. He's held that well. Now, can he set about Johannes' teammate? Guy Cosmo is the next target to acquire for the blue and white propeller badge of the BMW of Bill Auberland. Bill has been around this circuit a few times as well, Jeremy. Another one, I keep saying the drivers love, but actually, if you ask the drivers about this circuit, they all love it. They feel as though driver talent can make a difference here. Yes, you've got to get the car set up, but ultimately the drivers like to feel that they're making a difference, and this is an old school circuit for that.
Yeah, it is, and there's there's all sorts of different challenges around here. There is Wolf Henson making them over. And here is our new race leader, car number 6, the Muscle Milk car, its first pit stop of the day.
Yeah, that's one more lap. That's a lap longer than the Oryx Dyson car.
2 laps, actually.
Excuse me, you're right, 2 laps, yeah. And I'm just looking
at tires, fuel and tires.
Well, they've covered the leader. And that means that Chris Dyson will go through from 3rd place and lead on this pit stop rotation. New set of Michelins laid out for the Aston Martin racing car. And Kelly Stevest.
You heard it over the radio, fuel only and tires. Lucas Luhr, of course, staying behind the wheel. The initial plan was for him to do a double stint. They will let Klaus grab and finish it out. So far, things... Oh, no, there's a fire. We have a fire by the fuel hose. Oh. This car has had some problems. They're still on fire. I still see some flames. They're not on the driver's side. Now I can still even see some from where I'm at. And you can see the team still working. Wow. Obviously not at all what Muscle Milk Aston Martin team was hoping for down here. We'll have to see if there was any damage. They sent them back out, but there was quite a bit of flames there.
I think that was just a little bit of blowback from the fuel hose. And look at that. That is the pass for the effective lead as Stephen Kane comes back around and goes ahead of Lucas Luhr. Chris Dyson is up the road, of course, a considerable amount of real estate ahead of that battle, but he's yet to make his first pit stop. And this is interesting tactics from the 2 Dyson cars. Yes, they're wearing different colours. Yes, one is Oryx and the other one is G-Oil Dyson, but effectively they are being running by the Poughkeepsie-based team. And I just wonder if they've set themselves, particularly with Chris not feeling too well, they've set themselves a fuel target on the 16 and they're driving to that to try and save that splash of fuel at the end, because if they can do that, that would be a huge advantage. Let these 2 guys battle it out at the front of the field and use more gas.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because...
That's such a shame, the 68 Challenge car. Oh, and it's not just the one car either. There's another car being involved with that, and that is... In fact, no, that's the Napleton Porsche car. This is the first time that they have been in the American Le Mans Series. That was a little bit further back down the track. In fact, he's coming towards the scene of the first accident. So it wasn't the synchronised spinning that I was expecting. He was going off at the carousel, where he's yet to find the other itinerant Porsche.
Look how much gravel he's spreading around on the road as well. We can see the crane there going to move the number 68 car. That's Emilio Di Guida making his debut in the American Le Mans Series.
Chris Dyson has pulled the number 16 Mazda into pit lane right now. Fuel going in. Chris Dyson will be staying behind the wheel of the car. We've said he's not feeling well. I talked to Guy Smith. I said, so Guy, you ready to drive for 3 hours? And he said, no, Chris is a trooper. Chris is going to do his 2 hours in the car, and then I'll get up and finish it up. The team also plugging in the computer right now to get the data download car up on the jacks. Chris said on the radio as he was coming down pit lane, this thing is a handful. We don't have anything for him on the straightaways. We're just going to have to hang in there, see what we can do. They are going to a set of scrub tires, though. They're not going to a set of the stickers. Seems like Chris right now just trying to get a little bit more of extra grip. Tires are complete. Car's down on the jack, and now he's out.
Well, that's an interesting tactic as well, going to older tyres. He hasn't been able to get out, as you might expect, ahead of the 2 cars that were battling behind him. And there is Stephen Kane and Lucas Luhr in first and second. They're already going through turn number 6 as he makes his way down the pit lane. But I think it's going to be just a question of survival for Chris Dyson today, and get out of the car, hand it over to Guy, and see what they've got left at the end. But I still do think they can make a virtue out of that. Now, Lucas Luhr has not had the best of runs in this early part of the race, but this is on board when the fire breaks out, and just look at his reaction, or lack thereof. Right hand side. Yes, I'm on fire. He put it out, boys? Yeah, that's fine.
Look the other way is the answer there, I think.
That is just remarkable. This is what it looked like from outside. It's just a little bit of blowback, I'm sure, on the fuel.
Yeah, we very rarely see that. Surprisingly, we don't see more of that, really, because it just takes a little bit of fuel spillage. The exhaust pipes are down there underneath that cowling, and there's another GTC car in trouble as well.
Yeah, this is the NGT car, one of my favourite.
Fastest qualifier in the class.
Sean Edwards broke the qualifying lap record, but one of his teammates hadn't been in the car, so they were effectively disbarred from that session and had to start at the back of the grid. And it would appear, I'm afraid, that it hasn't been all good news for the NGT car that comes back into pit lane now. And, well, that car didn't seem to be running with Carlos Kaufmann at the wheel quite as well as it should have been. And he's taken the opportunity to come straight along pit lane. What happened? Look in the background for the dark-coloured car. Oh, no.
Was he assisted?
Did he jump or was he pushed? Takes out one of the sponsor signs. That was Guy Cosmo, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was right on his tailpipe.
Oh, and Guy Cosmo battling there had just got past Wolf Hensler as well. So Wolf Hensler's been shuffled back down to 8th position. Now here's a different look as well, because we've had a big change around at the head of the GT field. Jamie Mello is still second, but behind him, no longer Ollie Gavin. No, he's ahead, and Joey Hand's back down to 3rd. So everything has pivoted around the Ferrari, Jeremy.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, because Joey had a comfortable-ish lead in GT terms of a couple of seconds or so over the two cars that are now ahead of him, and you can see them there out of the windscreen on that number 56 BMW. But yeah, there's been some shuffling around there. That Joey Hand, number 56 car, he shares that with Dirk Muller. It started on the pole. That was the second pole of the year for Dirk Muller. Joey Hand himself has had 3 poles. They've been winning the class on a pretty regular basis as well. They've got 3 wins out of the 5 races they've had so far. So that is very definitely the car to beat in GT, but it's now back in 3rd place.
I'm just looking at the times on that car as well. His last lap was a 2:09, and really 2:09.8. He was nearly a second slower than Melo, but a 2:08.3 for Ollie Gavin is pretty quick. And that was clearly where he made up his time.
Yeah, a couple of laps ago that change must have taken place, I think. We didn't see it, we didn't know what it was, but yes, you can see the result there. The Corvette now leads the Ferrari in 2nd place and the BMW in 3rd, and there, alongside the BMW, is the number 52 car, the erstwhile leader in the LMP's challenge category. That was Rudy Hunko, and
he's back down to 3rd now.
Yeah, has he made a pit stop?
Yeah. Frankie Manti Calvo in the 05, the core car that made his pit stop further on. And Eric Lux, Christian Zugel now at the wheel as the 63 is listed on the timing and scoring as our leader in PC, as the 56 BMW continues to get through the traffic, and Stephen Kane there is being far more decisive. Now, this is how it all shook out. Let's take you back a few moments ago. We said traffic would be a feature of this race. The BMW was leading. Here he is with one of the Autosport cars, with one of the Intersport cars coming through. Bill Mitchell turned towards the final corner. Now watch on the right-hand side. There goes the Ferrari. Jamie Mello taking the opportunity, but he gets held up on the curb. Now watch to the right again. There goes Chris Dyson, and a little bit further round the lap, this happened. The Corvette gets by the Ferrari in exactly the same place a lap later.
Fantastic.
Still stuck behind the Intersport car. 56 has a little go. I'm past, I'm dragging out.
That's 1, 2, 3 in GT after what, almost an hour of racing.
And if you take a careful look at the front, the right front of the Ferrari, there's something caught onto the front of there. There's been a little bit of contact. There's a tiny bit of bodywork that's just arrived. So that's how the 56 BMW of Joey Hand went down to 3rd position in the class. But he's hanging on to those leaders. Looking out the front of that BMW. What a start to the season it's been for this 56 car, Jeremy. They could not have expected this. BMW, relative newcomers into this series, and they've improved every season that they've been here. Parallel programmes in Europe as well, with Charlie Lamb running the Schnitzer team and the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team, certainly more than holding up their end here in America. Johnny Kane leads by almost 3 seconds. There are your class leaders as we come up to the hour here at Road America.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin man who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering. Analyzing. Perfecting. Pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
It's the American Le Mans Series, Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for the road race showcase. The battle for first and second has been rejoined through the traffic. Lucas Lurr has closed back into round about half a second on Stephen Kane as they go across the line over the brow of the hill. We've had just on an hour's worth of racing. We're into lap number 29 of the 4-mile circuit here in this beautiful parkland setting. Could there be a better place to be on a Saturday afternoon? Answer, no, there couldn't. And Stephen Kane, who has been superb today in his first race here at the iconic Road America circuit. There he is, going past the 05 Frankie Montecalvo. Now remember, we were questioning Core earlier on about coming in on that first full course caution after just a handful of laps. Well, the pit stops have cycled through for the rest of the LMPC field, and now the 05, the orange and silver car, does lead, but he will need to pit in about 4 or 5 laps' time. Rudy Junko in second position is about 26, 27 seconds behind, and that's not enough for a full service. But it's interesting that Montecalvo in the 05 he gave up the lead to take that tactical pit stop, and I'm still not sure, despite the fact that he's in the lead again now, that that's paid off. But let's have a look at the leaders. It does seem to me to be the fact that Stephen Kane can pull away if he gets a clear track in that 20 car. As in comes Wolf Hensler out of the top 10. Certainly has been a great battle towards the bottom end of the top 10 in GT. The 45 Flying Lizard is in there as well, and that's had a driver change. Bergmeister is out and Pat Long's got in.
Driver change still being done on the number 45, the number 17. from Falcon Tire, also on pit road. They're doing a driver change there as well. Patrick Long getting in the 45, Brian Sellers getting in the number 17. These two Porsche teams have started to work together in order to get the manufacturer points in GT. Number 45 already up on the jacks. New Michelin tires going on right now. Number 17 up on the jacks. New set of tires, and the number 45 had a fantastic pit stop. They're already back out. The number 17 just finishing service, and they are out.
And there it goes, the number 17 car. As we see the class leader in LMP Challenge also making a pit stop on a slightly different strategy to the other LMPC Challenge cars. This, though, is Frankie.
He's got damage on the left front, Jeremy. That's early. I said he had 4 or 5 laps. Look, he's got a huge chunk of the right front splitter missing, and this is how it's happened. Oh, he's gone wide, just coming out of the kink, and he's lost. He's been very lucky there, because you normally don't have just a fender bender. He's done half the length of that straight on the grass.
That'll get your attention.
My goodness me, how lucky can you get?
So mistakes, mistakes from both of the core Autosport drivers. So Frankie Montecalvo will get out of the car, and the team owner John Bennett will get in it. And John has been super fast this weekend. He's been quicker than young Frankie Montecalvo for much of the race weekend. But he has had his instance as well as the race weekend has gone along. So here is now our new race leader in LMP Challenge, the number 52 car, with Rudy Junko still at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, he's done a pretty good job. Clearly not on the same strategy as the two core motorsport cars. The Matheson Motorsports PR1 team back in the championship, and my goodness me, what a way to come back in with pole position.
And Rudy, he did drive at Sebring this year. He did one race last year at Sebring in a GT Challenge car, and he did also drive, of course, this year at Sebring with Core Autosport. He co-drove alongside Gunnar Jeanette and Ricardo Gonzalez, did Rudy Junko, and he had such a good time there. You know, he's wanted to try and get back into it since then. He's done a little bit of testing with PR1, and here he is back now with that team and with Butch Leitzinger, and they are a formidable competitors, obviously.
Yeah, it's been slightly musical chairs in LMPC throughout the season and over the last few weeks, with various changes of ownerships on chassis going on, with Intersport acquiring the second chassis and deciding to run that on their own. That left Kyle Marcelli possibly looking for a ride. He's teamed up with Anthony Nicolosi this weekend, but that's just a one-race deal. So I think we'll be talking about drivers swapping and changing seats when we go to our next race here on ESPN3.com with the American Le Mans Series as well. But what you got, well, we might not always be up to date with who's driving in which car, but what it has brought us is a fantastic series. It's been so tight throughout the whole season. Now, at the head of the field, Stephen Kane continues to lead, and once again, when he gets a bit of clear air, he's stretched it back out to 2.3 seconds. He's gone across the grass there just to get by the JDX. And heading down through the King, Stephen Kane, very impressive. Car is handling very, very well indeed.
Yeah, and really doing an excellent job. I mean, this is a tricky racetrack at Road America, so to be that competitive right away is quite remarkable. Here are the GT leaders on pit lane.
So number 4 has come to a stop. Fuel going in right now, E85 fuel going into this Corvette. You saw the guys cleaning off the windshields. Track does get dirty. There's a lot of dirt flying around. Want to make sure that Oliver Gavin, who's staying in the car, has a clean view. Fuel's still going in. They can't do anything else. These guys waiting patiently. Cars up on the jacks. Michelin tires going on, Kelly.
It was a great stint for Jamie Mello, but he has passed on the driving duties to Tony Vielander. They made their driver change. They got a full tank of fuel and 4 new Michelin tires. Now, Jamie had been reporting earlier in the race of a problem with the clutch. He said it was slipping. The problem seemed to have resolved itself, so they didn't have to fix anything on this pit stop, but it looked like a great battle headed out of pit lane.
It was a fantastic battle, and they've hit! As Melo was trying to close his door, he lost the position, then they've gone side by side into turn 1, and they've gone side by side around 3/4 of the way. It looks like the 4 car has stalled. I also think the BMW got around them there as they were coming out of pit lane, and that was a tremendous turnaround by the RLL team. So once again, it's all changed. Well, actually, it's gone back to how it was before, with the Ferrari in second, this time with the BMW ahead of it and the Corvette behind. Ollie Gavin there taking the opportunity. The Ferrari door was not closed properly, and it was opened and closed by Tony Vilander. Might have just taken his eye off the ball a little bit, and that Ferrari's not happy. It's not happy at all going up the hill. There's a piece of bodywork still sticking up from the right front. Almost looks like one of the appendages you put on a car when you go sprinting to break the timing beam. And I think he may have some damage there, Jeremy, because he's been hassled by the Jaguar. And with due respect to PJ Jones, the Jaguar normally does not have the pace of the racing Ferrari.
It certainly hasn't that this weekend, particularly that car. But yeah, we've seen a couple of occasions this season the Ferrari having relatively light contact with another car, and it's caused significant damage to that Ferrari, the brand new this season Ferrari F458. The 458 certainly doesn't seem to be as strong as the old 430. But that was a strange move going down into turn one there. I mean, yeah, it's not really... Yeah, you want to try and take advantage of your competitor if he doesn't have a particularly good run out of the corner. But that seemed a very strange move for me. I'd like to see that one again on replay. But it was a great pit stop by BMW Team RLL to get that 56 BMW back out into the lead of that little battle.
And of course they split the strategy, and that leads to 55 with Bill Oberlin in the lead. Tony Vilander reporting to Dave Beaky Sims that everything's fine, and that little incident between the two cars, the Ferrari and the Corvette, under review by the race stewards. So we'll bring you news on that as soon as we get it.
It was a perfect pit stop for the number 56 BMW Team RLL crew. Even though we saw the number 55 come in earlier and do left side tires only, the number 56 is now out on track with 4 new Dunlop tires. Joey Hand was on the radio saying, I need a harder tire on the left front. The team said, copy that, Joe. We're going to give you 4 new ones so you can get back out there.
Yeah, I think this is really, really smart strategy by Bobby Rahal and the rest of the RLL team. They know that they have got the lead in the championship, but it's been closed down. If they're not careful, they can't afford to take the eye off the ball, and they're using the fact that they've effectively got 2 bullets in their BMW gun to spread the odds a little bit, if nothing else.
That's right, and as you see, that's interesting that Joey will be asking for a harder tyre on that left front. That left front does take a lot of beating, a heck of a beating around this predominantly right-hand racetrack. So I think that's probably what the 55 car did. Yeah. In that first round, put on some harder, at least one of the left side tyres for Bill Oberlin in that first stint.
Makes me wonder as well whether they took a bit of a gamble, Jeremy, in qualifying and put a slightly softer compound on to get them up the grid. Remember, they did a couple of races ago get a small restrictor change which took power out of the BMW M3. The V8 engine just strangled down a little bit, not allowed to breathe quite as easily, therefore can't make as much power. So maybe they thought that the legendary BMW handling could be exploited instead of the raw power of the V8. NFA is what we're hearing, and that means no further action for that little skirmish at turn 1 between the Corvette and the Risi Ferrari.
I'd love to see it again. I tell you, they've obviously looked at it again in race control and decided there's no penalty there.
Did they touch? Do you think they did touch?
Yeah, well, it certainly looked like it from my perspective. From the perspective that I had, it was just a quick look, wasn't it? But yeah, you know, we'll see. But no penalty is the call, and the stewards, you know, I mean, this is what they do for a living, these guys. So, you know, they know what they're doing. They look at all the circumstances of any particular instance, and then they come up with a very informed decision. So I'm certainly not going to second guess that. But, you know, interesting, isn't it? The 55 BMW, here is the 56 car that has emerged ahead of the Corvette and the Ferrari after they tangled together. But it's the 55 car on that slightly different strategy that is now leading the class in GT. And this car, the 56 car, is third. The number 3 Corvette, Tommy Milner, that also came in under that earlier caution, is running second in the class.
Didn't take the tyres though, didn't take any tyres, so he's still running on the tyres that he started the race on that 3 car.
And the gap from Oberlin to Milner is around about 12 seconds. That's the gap between first and second in GT. Those two,
former teammates, of course.
A slightly different strategy.
And former teammates as well. Let's go back a couple of minutes and see the guys coming out the pit lane. First of all, the BMW's leading. Now look, Vilander is banging the door. He's way over to driver's right. Ollie Gavin thinks he's got round the outside. Oh, there's the slightest of touches on the front end of the two cars. And do you know what? I'm not sure you can apportion blame to anybody.
I agree. I mean, it's Ollie Gavin there. He's trying to make the opportunistic move around the outside. That's fine. Did Mello not give him much room at the middle of the corner there? Yeah, that's arguable, but he's certainly not going to let the guy just drive around him.
He's not going to drive off the track to let him by him.
No, he's not. He didn't really have to drive across the track.
Oops, and that is the challenge car. It's the JDX car that's gone off. That's the second time we've seen somebody going wide. Nick Ham's not having a great couple of races. You'd normally say he was a safe pair of hands, but he's been a little bit off form for him. If he goes off the track, you normally write it down in your diary and say that you won't see another one for a while, but he was off this morning, just going down Harry Downs at the braking area before that left-hander into the carousel, and had the car airborne, and he's had another wild ride there in that sparkling, in every sense of the word, JTX GTC car. Well, it's a second and a half, the gap between first and second place here at Road America, with about an hour and 15. There's your leaders, and earlier on the day we had the GT Porsche Cup here at Road America, and this is what it looks like. Fernando Pena on pole position in the Platinum class, with bumping and boring behind from McKenzie and Kaufman. Then Cisneros had a big spin and just got clipped by John Baker, damaged the front of his car, and both of those guys out. It's Madison Snow leading in the gold class, and then the battle for the lead up front got a little bit unnecessary as the 15 of Casey Kuhlman tries to go for the lead, doesn't make it. That leaves Fernando Pena to take the platinum flag, and down in the gold category it was Madison Snow who took the checkers. Here's the results from both of the races, and we'll be back with more action from Road America after this.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin Man, who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering. Analyzing. Perfecting. Pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
It's our second full course caution of the 6th round of the American Le Mans Series, the Road Race Showcase here at Road America at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And the whole race has been neutralised, sitting in behind the Corvette safety car. And the reason for that, I'm afraid, is that the 68, that's the GTC car, the Degida-driven machine, has parked itself rather firmly in the gravel at the final corner.
Second time of the day. He also was off the road twice on Friday as well, was Emilio Degida. He's a He's an interesting character. He's from Venezuela originally, makes his home now in Miami. Done a lot of racing in South America, but certainly this level of competition is a completely new breed for him, and he's super enthusiastic. He's showing some pretty good pace, but he is showing his relative inexperience at this level.
Well, as you can see, he's already been extricated by the safety team. This is what happened. Coming to the final corner over the Kohler tunnel, he turns in. Oh, he loses that very early on turning there.
Kind of in the middle of the road too, a slightly strange line coming into that corner.
He wasn't troubling the apex too much there, was he? I mean, easy for us to say in the cool, calm, collected conditions of our air-conditioned booth. But as I say, the ALMS safety team, IMSA safety team, have done their job efficiently as ever. And hello to all of the guys who I know will be listening in on the scanners. The pass around is about to get underway, so the pits are staying closed. And that is the sound of Tequila's Porsche engine as he heads down towards Canada Corner. Just trying to get back around onto the tail end of the field. Sounds like the car's running fine. He's shaking all of the gravel out of it. Stephen Kane still leaves, by the way, from Lucas Luhr in second place. Of course, that couple of seconds that he had, again, negated by the safety car, as the pass around has already begun. This is to take the cars out of line who are between the leader and their class leader, and to make sure they're not disadvantaged by the full course caution. And as Paul with the double yellows as Tequila now joins in behind the Flying Lizard Porsche. Just looking down through the field, Rudy Junko has retaken that PC lead as we reported. Christian Zugel's now aboard the 63 car in second, which he's taken over from Eric Lux. And in third in LMPC, but at some distance now, David Ducote in the 89 machine. Now, as you might have heard recently, the Forza Motorsport 4 has been made the official racing game of the American Le Mans Series. It'll hit the stores in October the 11th to be precise. But you can pre-order yours now. Just go to forzamotorsport.net. And whilst we're under yellow, here's an opportunity for you to have a look at one we made earlier, GT1 Corvette, right here at Road America. Now, I have to say that this isn't the tidiest of lap, but I was doing my best through turn one. Fourth gear, hard on the throttle under the Briggs and Stratton Bridge. Coming down to turn two, on the brakes, down 2 gears. I was still waiting for the tyre temps to come up here, which is why I'm not bothering the apeces too much, Jeremy.
I'm impressed. I'm hopeless at these things. I find that if I can't get a feel for the car, that I just can't.
How real is that? I mean, if we've just been on board with the Porsche, and it looks the same through turn 5.
Yeah, a good feel for going up the hill here too, up towards turn 6.
Under the brand new Corvette bridge. That's only been unveiled this weekend, and it's already in the game.
What apex?
Yeah, all right.
Should be worn by now, John.
Yes. Okay.
Down the hurry down section here, a wonderful part of the racetrack here. Downhill again into turn 8.
Really hard to get the braking point here. And then take a bit of curve here.
That was good.
You like that bit?
Yeah.
Now into the carousel. I'm hopeless at the carousel. Always have been. Never know whether they're going tight or wide. The front end of the Corvette is pretty good in here.
I'd say if you get out of the corner, you've done well.
And down towards the kink. Now listen, is there going to be a lift through the kink? Have a look at this. Yeah, it was a chicken lift, I'm afraid.
That's fair enough.
Down towards Canada
Corner.
Corner.
The only one there, John. Trust me.
And this is a big GT1 car. Remember. You can relive the glory days of GT1 with Forza Motorsport 4 in October when it comes out through Canada Corner. As in real life, not VR, the pits have been opened. I know that the Forza titles are well beloved of gamers and competitive gamers worldwide, and you don't have too long to wait now. October the 11th, but pre-order yours now. Just go to forzamotorsport.net for Forza Motorsport 4, the official racing game of the American Le Mans Series. That was a 2:06, by the way. I just, you know.
Really?
Yeah,
Very respectable. Well done.
Yeah, all right.
Not what we're doing under caution. No, that's not true.
Thank you, Jeremy, for that support.
That was a good-looking lap job. Well done. I'm impressed.
Now, let's go back to real life. No GT1 Corvettes here, of course. The successor to that is the ZR1 that we see going through picture there, and Tommy Milner in second place, Ollie Gavin down in 5th. Now, any takers for the open pit lane? It was just around about 6 laps ago that the GTs came in, but of course they don't get the first chance at it. It will be the prototypes, and I've got a feeling that we'll see all of them coming in here.
Certainly 2 of them. Whether Chris Dyson comes in may be debatable, but I fancy he probably will. I'm sure the first 2 will be in there because they're
they are
more than halfway through their stint. Yeah, all 4 of the P1 cars coming onto pit lane. The orange car there is the Autocon car that is running 4th overall in this race, 1 lap down to the 3 race leaders.
And Tony Burgess driving this weekend. We should mention Tony
with Chris McMurray, and also Mike Lewis also having a run in the car this weekend as well.
Which may be his final run, we hear from him. It may be his last hurrah. Right, the 2 leaders are on pit lane. Let's find out what the tactics are this time. Tyres, no tyres. Driver, no driver. Let's get down to our pit reporting team and find out what the tactics are.
Number 20 is the first to hit the marks on pit lane. Stephen Kane will get out of the car. Humaid Al-Masoud is going to get behind the wheel. The number 16 also coming in for 4 tires, fuel, and a driver change. Chris Dyson, though, he overshot the pit stall by just a bit, so they're losing time as the team pushes him back. Service right now looking pretty standard on the number 20, Kelly.
Just behind them in the number 6, Muscle Milk Aston Martin. They've already made their driver change, so Lucas Luhr is out. Klaus Gruff, who set the pole position yesterday, now will take over those driving duties. They got 4 new Michelin tires on the Muscle Milk car, and they're back out and underway, Jamie.
That is not what Dyson Racing wanted to see right now, because both the number 20 and the number 16 are still on pit road. Looks like the driver change taking a little longer than hoped for the number 20. Just got it fired up, then it stalled. Now it is back out. The number 16 still on pit road, though, cleaning out some air ducts. Guy Smith getting in the wheel. They're also doing some things in the cockpit of the cars, losing time on pit lane, but nonetheless, they are finished.
It's a new drinks bottle going into the 16 car, which, as you might imagine, is a sensible thing to do if you switch drivers. Maybe Guy likes the strawberries and Chris likes the lemons. They haven't. All right, they've lost a tiny bit of track position to the Muscle Milk Aston Martin, but they haven't really lost any real estate in terms of the fact that they're behind. I don't even think anything got out between them, Jeremy. No. So yes, they've lost position in terms of their lead, but there's no real harm or foul there. What we have got now is that the head of the field behind the safety car is the 055. Leading the train of cars. That's now Christophe Bouchou in the Lola Honda. Possibly the last time we'll see that car with level 5. We're expecting them to debut their HPD cost cap chassis at the Silverstone ILMC rounds next month, and then they say they're bringing that car to at least one of them to Laguna, and hopefully both of the cars to Petit Le Mans. And whilst we're talking about new cars coming to Petit, exciting news this week, the Zach Brown's United Autosport team, who've been really doing a storm of work in all kinds of sports car racing, both here in America and in Europe. GT3 with Audi R8 LMSs, of course. They've palled up with Oak Pescarolo and got a P2 chassis from them for Zach, for Mark Patterson, and Stefan Johansson coming back to the American Le Mans Series at Petit Le Mans. And good old Steve Johnson is one of the 29 new inductees into the Road Racing Drivers Club Hall of Fame, along with Guy Smith and Johnny O'Connell, as well as Justin Bell and Nick Ham, Ron Fellows, all of whom we've seen in the American Le Mans Series in recent years.
Just before the GT cars come on to pit lane, note about the LMP Challenge leader. We saw the PR1 Matheson Motorsports car make its pit stop, and Rudy Hulker handed over to Butch Leitzinger. And great news, that timing of that yellow was perfect for Genoa Racing. Car number 63, Christian Zugel, has handed over to Elton Julian. Here are the GT cars onto pit lane. Well, some of them.
Yeah, and that is the 44 Flying Lizard.
I think the only ones are the leaders that come up, because we saw the most of the cars come in not too long ago, but Bill Oberlin and Tommy Milner will be onto pit lane.
And here they are heading towards their pit stalls now.
Number 55 approaching dead on the marks. They will be doing a driver change. Bill Oberlin out. Dirk Werner getting in. Dirk Werner was antsy on the wall. He was clapping his hands. He was slapping his legs. He's ready to go. Right now, E85 still going in. You can see him cleaning off the windshield. Looks like they are going to do 4 new Dunlop tires. BMW splitting the strategy today. Corvette Racing's done the same, Kelly.
Yeah, and Corvette's got 4 new Michelins ready to go. They've also made a driver change, with Tommy Milner completing his driving duties for the time being, and Olivier Beretta gets behind the wheel. Now, this is a car that qualified 6th. We saw them move their way up, I believe, to 4th before they tried to split the team's strategy and came in on that earlier pit stop. They had complained of some understeer earlier in the week, but they're off to a good start so far, and the number 3 is out of the pits.
Well, in addition, we said that the 44 Flying Lizard has come and gone. That was Mark Moore-Holzer staying at the wheel of that car down in 10th in GT. He got fuel only, no new tyres for Mark Moore-Holzer as we watch the Corvette disappear over the top of the rise in the Breeks and Strap sign and down towards turn number 2. Jeremy, I've got to say, I don't know which way this is going to go in GT rather, because this split strategy, it's too early, even right now, to work out which side of the strategy on BMW and Corvette have actually got it right. But I do find it interesting that they've both made those same decisions. The Porsches we heard from Jamie earlier on, different teams, the Falcon team and the leading Lizard car working together, but they didn't split their strategy. They came in at the same time, so they haven't quite gone the same way. Patrick Long sitting in 4th. It is the top Porsche at the moment. Brian Sellers in 7th. But I haven't got a clue about this at the moment. I'm loving this.
Yeah, it is absolutely fascinating, and it will depend how the yellows fall toward the end of this race. We've got 2.5 hours to go. That's a bit marginal to be able to make it. Yeah, I don't think you can make that on just one more pit stop.
Not even for the GTs?
No, not for the 55 and the 3. I think even they are going to have to make more than one more pit stop, and certainly I think 2 stops for the other contenders led by these cars here, the 56, the 62 there, the Ferrari, and the number 4 Corvette. Number 4 Corvette.
I'm thinking that the prototype guys are loving these extended full course cautions, because I've got a feeling that the splash that we might have had later in the race is gradually disappearing. Now, I've just noticed that the lights are off on the beautiful Chevy Corvette safety car, so he's going to peel off into pit lane on driver's right, and Christophe Bouchou in the 055 will bring the field around up the hill to restart as we're looking to complete lap number 39. And in fact, Bouchou's gone.
Get ready.
And it looks as though it's the Ford GT that's holding everybody up, and he's really backed everybody up. Not sure what's happening there with the 04 car of David Murray. Now he gets his foot down. He's down in 12th position. And the 055, well, I'll tell you what's happened there, guys. The 055 of Bouchou's gone, and he's realised that there was nothing coming behind him, and he's worried about getting called for pulling away from the field, and he's eased back towards them. But that is down to David Murray there. He was super slow coming round the last 2 corners, as off goes Brian Sellers on the run-off on turn 1.
That's exactly what we saw at the beginning of the race. The very first lap of the race, we saw the 17 Falcon Tire Porsche go off onto the run-off there in turn 1.
And he has rejoined. I'm not even sure he lost a place, actually.
He probably didn't, but it's fascinating to see the same thing happening. He's kind of out of trouble out of there.
Here is our race leader, Klaus Graf, coming through the field, and he's got a fabulous restart. Heading down towards turn number 5, he's pretty much cleared all the GTs, but not quite. He's got the Corvette and the BMW ahead of him. Question, where is Guy Smith, who's now in 2nd place? Answer, about 4 cars behind him, as the big Aston Martin has got fantastic onboard view as Klaus Graf goes down the inside. All the GT cars that are in our camera shot when we see them from outside are battling for position. It's just fantastic stuff, and still we don't know how these tactics are going to play out. This is a great restart from Graf though.
It certainly is. And once again, also for Joey Hand as well. It's a great start there. But it was a fine first lap of the restart by the number 6 car of Klaus Graf.
Now let's go back to the restart. Now, watch what happened to the 16 and the 20. They are charging around to the back of the field, trying to get through, and all that slowing down almost had them both off, and that is Guy Smith making a supersonic split-second decision. Al Masood has had to brake there and locked up all 4, and that's how Smithy got past the 20 car, but that was needed. In fact, there is some debris on the road at that area, and I just wonder if Al Masood has actually clipped somebody, and there's a bit of carbon fibre right at the end of his skid marks there.
I think you might absolutely be right, be correct there. And you're not allowed to pass anybody before the green flag comes out, and it was a fairly late green flag there, I think. And Christophe Bouchou certainly been very timid. I'm surprised he wasn't on the gas earlier coming out at turn 14. Got a massive amount of experience, of course. He's not racing anybody particularly here this weekend. I think the main reason that level 5 is here is because they're based just down the road, so they want to support this event because their home base is not far away.
And look at Guy Smith. He was at the end of the field when the green flag was thrown, and now he's only 2 or 3 cars behind the leader. He's absolutely flown through that battle. Now, there is the Oryx car right in the middle. Now, is that car intact? Yes, it is.
Front end certainly is the back end.
You're right. It's the back right. It was Smithy who must have clipped him as he went by him. The legality panel, like where the mud flap would be, behind the right rear wheel with the Dunlop decal on it, is missing, and that is what's lying in the middle of the road at the end of those skid marks. Good spot, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think so. And if this car was racing in Europe, they'd have to make a pit stop because you have to have what they are called legality panels. Over here, the rules makers are a little bit more lenient.
Yeah, and I think rightly.
Humaid Al-Masood on the radio with his team. He said he didn't hit anything, but he might not know that he was the one that actually got hit on that restart. They're telling him, though, your tire temperatures are not up there yet. Just hold on, hang in there. You can do this, buddy.
The big question, I think, is going to be, did he flat spot the tyres? Because he was on the middle pedal pretty hard. He actually did a very, very good job in not hitting anything and carrying on, and he actually hasn't lost that much ground. Remember, it's his job to get through this middle portion of the race and give the car back to Stephen Kane and give them a chance of being up at the front. Now, Guy Smith in clear air, cross the line in the G-Oil Mazda, down towards turn 1. He is 11.5 seconds behind Klaus Graf. Remember that number. We're on lap 42.
And the other big gainer there, that restart, was number 63, Genoa Racing LMP Challenge car. We said that the timing of that full course caution was absolutely wonderful for that team because Christian Zugel was in very much grave danger going a lap down to the class-leading car number 52. He was just able to get the wave by, remain on the lead lap. The team made their pit stop. They put Elton Julian in that car, and now Elton Julian's got past Butch Leitzinger and has pulled out a little bit of an advantage now once we've gone back to green. So it's now the 63 car of Genoa Racing leading LMP Challenge.
So we're on board with Guy Smith at the moment, and he's down coming towards the carousel, and I was just about to say, have a quick listen to the Mazda engine as we lose our effects from that car for the moment, but we still have the great pictures down towards the kink, and he's gaining on the, looks like that is another one of the prototype challenge cars.
The Christophe Bouchou.
Oh, you might be right. Is that the P2 car?
Yeah.
It is. Look at the difference in straight line speed between those two versions of P2 cars. That is quite remarkable. Although the 16 is now running effectively as a P1. Now, the change in engine noise tells me that we're on board with the number 56 BMW of Dirk Werner. So now we will see him through Canada Corner. He is down in 7th. Excuse me, it's Joey Hand, was it?
Yeah, 56.
Excuse me, yes, 56, not 55. He is the leader. There is the 56. That is leading.
Whoa, was.
And this is highlights from earlier on as we're looking back at how the GT lead changed a little earlier on in the race. And then 1 lap later, this is the Corvette going past the 62 Risi Competizione car to take the lead. So the Risi car got the lead for barely a lap. And look at the 56 having a run, creeping up alongside. Didn't quite get it done. And then a lap later, got it done nice and easily.
And the BMW there, very definitely, you could see, had a straight line speed advantage over the Ferrari.
So then we had a whole set of pit stops, and there was plenty of action.
Come to a stop. Fuel going in right now. E85 fuel going into this Corvette. You saw the guys cleaning off the windshield. This track does get dirty. There's a lot of dirt flying around. Want to make sure that Oliver Gavin, who's staying in the car, has a clean view. Fuel still going in. They can't do anything else. These guys waiting patiently. Cars up on the jacks. Michelin tires going on. Kelly.
It was a great stint for Jamie Mello, but he has passed on the driving duties to Tony Vilander. They made their driver change. They got a full tank of fuel and 4 new Michelin tires. Now, Jamie had been reporting earlier in the race of a problem with the clutch. He said it was slipping. The problem seemed to have resolved itself, so they didn't have to fix anything on this pit stop, but it looked like a great battle headed out of pit lane.
And that was a replay of what we saw earlier with Tony Vilander trying to open and close the door to get himself locked in, and managing just to get a look, he's not quite got the door closed. Ollie Gavin thinks, hello, door open, chance for me. Just the tiniest little tap between those two. Both guys doing a great job actually not to go further off or hit each other again. Desperately not wanting to touch the brakes there again, Jeremy, and make it worse. The stewards had a look at that. They saw that view as well. They saw how tight it was at the apex of that corner and decided that was a racing incident.
Yeah, and certainly the Corvette didn't give much room on the inside to Tony Vilander there, who'd just come out of the pit lane. And I think they just called that a racing incident, and I agree with that call.
And I think what we've got to say there, because we didn't get a chance, we said it when we were live, was a great pit stop by the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team to get the BMW out ahead of both of those cars, because they came in a different order. Now, we're back to live, and the gap between Graf and Smith was 11.5 seconds, but now it's 13.6, but it hasn't been plain sailing for the Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car. Look on the right-hand side of the picture. A little bit of fuel overflowing. This was Lucas Luhr in the car at the previous pit stop, and there's still flame there. Very, very quick work by the guys in the pit lane. You can still see there's a little bit of fire inside. Impassive. Cooler than cool by Lucas Luhr, and he goes out. And that was the previous pit stop. Now, this is the next set of pit stop, and this is how the 6 car has got into the lead, and this is how it was called live.
On pit lane, Stephen Kane will get out of the car. Humaid Al Masoud is going to get behind the wheel. The number 16 also coming in for 4 tires, fuel, and a driver change. Chris Dyson, though, he overshot the pit stall by just a bit, so they're losing time as the team pushes him back. Service right now looking pretty standard on the number 20, Kelly.
Just behind them in the number 6, Muscle Milk Aston Martin. They've already made their driver change, so Lucas Luhr is out. Klaus Graf, who set the pole position yesterday, now will take over those driving duties. They got 4 new Michelin tires on the Muscle Milk car, and they're back out and underway, Jamie.
And that is not what Dyson Racing wanted to see right now, because both the number 20 and the number 16 are still on pit road. Looks like the driver change taking a little longer than hoped for the number 20. Just got it fired up, then it stalled. Now it is back out. The number 16 still on pit road, though, cleaning out some air ducts. Guy Smith getting in the wheel. They're also doing some things in the cockpit of the cars, losing time on pit lane, but nonetheless, they are finished.
And what was going into the cockpit was a drinks bottle. You also saw some fluid, either water or oil, under pressure going into the top of the G-Oils Mazda Lola. And that was how it shook out just a few moments ago, and how the 6 car of Klaus Graf got into the lead. Now, the new second place car is Guy Smith. He's not really gaining on the leader. In fact, he's losing time, but this was the restart. Watch what happens ahead as everybody backs up. He actually clipped the right rear of his teammate, Humaid Al Masoud, there, and did a little bit of damage to the right rear of his teammate. But Smithy kept his foot in took the chance going up driver's right and stormed through to second place, but he's not been able, Jeremy, to make any ground at all on the leader. There is Sameed Al Masood, and if you have a look at the back right, you'll see that there's a little bit of bodywork missing just behind the right rear wheel, but doesn't seem to be affecting the car. Al Masood lapping very nicely, in fact, was just a couple or 3 seconds away from the leaders at the moment. Now, whilst we were doing that race recap, Masood has had further incident at the top of the hill at turn 6, just clips the curb, goes a little bit wide, and nearly, how close can you go to spinning without spinning? He really did a good job there. I've been really impressed with this lad since he's come into the American Le Mans Series at Lime Rock.
Yeah, that was a heck of a save there. He hasn't got a lot of laps around here this weekend, and he certainly got himself into trouble there. Turned into the corner a little bit too soon, got a bit too much of the apex, got a lot too much of the exit, and he did a great job to hang on to that car. But Klaus Graf here he is, the leader of the race, up into turn 6 now in this number 6 Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin. He's just turned a series of very quick laps, including the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 53.471.
Just enjoy the glorious sounds of the Aston Martin engine from on board with our leader Klaus Graf as he exits the carousel and heads to the kink. Now, I couldn't get through it in the GT1 Corvette. Does he get through flat? Oh yes. Yes.
Good bit more downforce, of course, in an LMP1 car than GT1 Corvette, but even the fact he'd only made his pit stop about 5 or 6 laps ago, flat out through the kick.
Number 20 has stopped on pit road. We did see him go off track just a couple moments ago. It looks like they're taking off the rear body work. Going to do something underneath the bonnet. Not sure what it is that they're working on right now, but he is still missing some pieces back here. I'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Jamie. The engine cover is off, and you know, I always get worried when there's not a lot of movement, when it doesn't look frantic, because at that stage they either know that it's something that's going to take a wee bit of time to fix, or they don't know what it is. Working on the left-hand side pod, that's around the area of the intakes, and they have had problems with the air intakes and the turbo cooling in the past with this new bodywork that they've tried out on the cars this year. There's a look of resignation, I'm afraid, on the Oryx car, which hasn't yet had that new bodywork that the 16 car has had. There are your class leaders. 2¼ hours remain here at Road America in the 6th round of the American Le Mans Series. Come back and join us for more action next.
Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit. 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 Hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving. And that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
So.
A car designed with a singular purpose. Yet somehow, it manages to be so much more. Porsche, engineered for magic every day.
The American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron, the fusion of man, mind, and machine in the ultimate test, where the fight for first is around every corner and in the mind of every driver. It's 100% adrenaline. Rip, rock, tear, and burn. But there's only one winner and only one place in North America to see the thrill of Le Mans. the American Le Mans Series. Coming at you this summer on ABC, ESPN2, and ESPN3.com.
That's the GT leader as you rejoin us here at the Road Race Showcase. Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America, John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw for ESPN3.com. Good to have your company. And as you can see, Elton Julian, the PC leader, is right in amongst that battle. And look a little further back and you might catch a glimpse of Butch lighting. And let's look into GTC, where there's been all kinds of changes in that action that we were looking at. Spencer Pumpelly once again leading the category and looking in such a rich vein of form at the Racers Group at the moment, aren't they, Jeremy?
Yeah, Spencer Pumpelly and Duncan Ender, they've won the last 2 races in this number 66 car, so they're looking for 3 in a row. And this wonderful battle that's taking place between TRG, the Racers Group owned by Kevin Buckler, and the Black Swan Racing of Tim Pappas. They've been back and forth all the way through the season. Early on and last year, of course, Black Swan very much the team to beat. They won the championship last year, but now TRG has really come back strong, and they've actually taken the lead in the team championship. It's still a Black Swan driver, Tim Pappas, that leads overall in the driver points table, but it's TRG leads in the points, in the team points.
It's just been swinging backwards and forwards. Now just look back behind that blue and black 68 car, and you will see in the distance there is Tim Pappas in second place. He's really got to keep these guys in sight because this is a longer race this weekend. The point structure is slightly different, and it's 25 points for a victory. So Tim Pappas really needs to keep that car in sight to keep his hopes of the driver championship alive. But I've got a feeling that one's going to run all the way through to Petit Le Mans at the end of September and the beginning of October.
The 66 car and the 54 are both very aware that there's more points on the line here today. You mentioned the 2 wins that Spencer Pumpelly and Duncan Ender are coming off of. They've actually finished first or second in 4 of the 5 races, yet still in second behind Tim Pappas. When I talked to Spencer Pumpelly about qualifying, they only ran 3 laps. It seemed like he wasn't too concerned about getting the pole position. He said we wanted to save our tires. They go, look, we don't get any points for running first in the first, 10 laps or so. But it's where we finish off, and it sounds like there's a spin out.
Yeah, just had a little incident out on the circuit for the 34th. Peter Lesafra in 4th place in this category, the GT Challenge. Ahead of him is Enrique Cisneros, who's, remember, that car's had to come from the back of the grid, the 30 car. Oh, and that's a change of position in GT. Just as we talked about GTC, and we were about to go to GT and have a little update, the Corvette's gone through into the lead, but it's not going to be for very long. Ollie Gavin has scored as the leader across the line, but it looks like Joey Hand's fighting back on the outside. Driver's left going into turn 1, but Gavin has position and the racing line and holds the lead. New leader in GT has to defend fairly stoutly going down the hill, then moves back onto the racing line and takes a clean racing line through the right-hander at turn 2. That is horsepower coming up the hill. Looks like Ollie Gavin got the jump at the final corner, and now we've got a Corvette leading again in GT, Jeremy.
Yeah, what a wonderful battle this has been in GT all the way through this race. We saw the Ferrari as part of it through the opening stint. Well, there's no sign of Tony Vielander right now, or Jamie Mello right now, who is shown 3rd place in the class. 2 different scoring models, they're showing different drivers actually, but it is Tony Vielander, and he's fallen about 10 seconds behind this pair. So now Oliver Gaviner, he's been in the car, that Corvette, from the start of the race, and he's doing a stellar job.
Joey Hand talking to the team on the radio. He's been complaining about those left side tires that during the entire race. That's why when he came in, they went ahead and gave him 4 new ones. He's still complaining. Bobby Rahal told him, I know the tires might seem a little iffy, Joe, but you're turning the fastest lap of the race. Joey came back and said, there's something wrong, guys. I just went off. And Bobby said, don't worry about it right now. Just use that button. So clearly, when we say we think BMWs have a little bit of extra, they may.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Good detective work from Jamie Howe down in the pit lane. Let's go back and just have another look. This is the Green Hornet car getting slightly attacked by the Autocon car. There was a bit of contact on the rear. That's Canada Corner, about 3/4 of the way around the circuit. Now keep watching and watch the right side of the screen, because any second now the scene of the accident is going to be joined by that battle for the GT lead, just as the Green Hornet car is making its way back onto the circuit. Does a neat U-turn at the moment. Everything's cool. Everything's still cool. Keep watching. Keep watching. Here are the leaders. And the Green Hornet car is going to pull straight back on the racing line, right ahead of Joey Hand. Here's how he saw it. A big green lump right on his racing line, and he very nearly runs in the back of him. That was all the opportunity that Ollie Gavin needed. He had a little bit of a run into the final corner. I think he must have gone the other side of the Green Hornet car. Let's have a look. Did he? Yes, he did. All the way onto the runoff on the exit from the penultimate corner here at Road America. That's just great heads-up driving from everybody there.
Yeah. Peter Lasafra, a little bit of inexperience there. You're told as a slower car, you just keep the racing line. The faster drivers will sort our way around you. There, Peter Lasafra tried to make it easier for Joey Hand by moving over to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Joey was already committed to passing that Green Hornet car on the left-hand side, and that is why Joey had to get out of the throttle, and Oliver Gavin was able to carry the momentum on the outside of the corner in the Corvette and make that move for the lead. But what a fabulous battle this is.
The onboards are great. They look like a chase video. Remember, Ollie Gavin was facing almost the wrong direction on the outside of turn number 1 not so very long ago. We showed it you in the highlights package there after that slight touch with the 62, the Vilander car. So he has made rapid progress from that point onwards to the head of the field, and now with just over 2 hours and 5 minutes to go here at the Road Race Showcase at Road America, it is Corvette leading BMW from Ferrari and Porsche. The top 4 in GT, 4 makes, 4 quality world-class marques, battling it out. Street class, street fight, really, on the road circuit here at Road America.
It is tremendous fun, isn't it? And this is the gap you can see as the Corvette goes underneath the Caterpillar bridge, pursued by the BMW. And Tony Vilander comes across the line. It's about 8 seconds behind Joey Hand as they come across the line. You can't quite see him yet coming into the picture, can we? Yeah, just cresting the hill as Joey Hand and Oliver Gavin go into turn 1. And
I think about 8 or 7 laps away from their next pit stop, certainly no more than that. They were last in at lap 30, and we had some yellow flag running around that time. So somewhere in the next 5, 6, 7 laps, I think we might be seeing those guys.
A little bit more than that, perhaps, but yeah, around about there, certainly fairly soon. As we look into the GT, one more of the battles here. This is the Flying Lizard Porsche. They're running in the 4th place in class with Johannes van Overbeek in that extreme speed motorsport, that bright green and black Ferrari. Great. Closing in.
Now that's the car that still has the stick shift, albeit a sequential stick shift. The O2 car, for the first time in the American Le Mans Series for a 458 Italia, has got a paddle shift. We've seen 1 or 2 teams in Europe trying it out, but the American team's only just deciding to run it now. It is still a pretty new system, and they're still getting to grips with what is very, very much a brand new car.
That's right, and the Risi Competizione team, which is kind of the unofficial sort of works team, if you like, in North America, they've already decided they're not planning on running that paddle shift system at all this season.
Oh, really?
Well, that's what I was told.
Well, that's interesting.
Not planning to, let's put it that way.
Well, it saves some time if it works fine, but if you're proving it for someone else, you want to be leading edge, not bleeding edge, don't you, when it comes to things like that? And as we said, this is a brand new car that they're still having to learn. Although I'll tell you one thing, Johannes van Overbeek is clearly a very fast learner indeed. 2 cars at opposite ends of the GT spectrum. The venerable Porsche, which is not changed in looks very much for 50 years, but obviously has been improved and developed over the years in its latest iteration, as we've got traffic to hold them up here.
And a slightly different rear tyre on that Flying Lizard Porsche as well this weekend, which the team has been kind of struggling to get the balance back on that car. But it seems to be working right now. These two the Porsche and the Ferrari there. They're about 15 seconds behind the lead in GT. And after almost 2 hours racing, it's not bad at all.
There's nothing between them in performance when you see them there going up the hill. The gap at the bottom of the hill is going to be the gap into braking at turn 1. And, you know, it's very easy for people in and outside or around the sport to criticise the rules makers when we talk about the sticky subject of performance balancing. But things, when you look at GT and you look at the very different characteristics of all of these production-based GT cars, you've got to say that the ACO working with IMSA and the rules makers back in Europe have done a pretty fine job to give us a category where we've got 4 different manufacturers with 4 essentially very different motor cars in the top 4 positions, with performance, as we saw in qualifying, that is measured over a single lap by fractions of a second, and in some cases down to thousandths of a second round a 4-mile circuit.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. I mean, that was a tremendously thrilling qualifying session we saw yesterday, and you know that tempo has been retained in the race today. Look at that, the crowd there. It's just a wonderful place to watch a motor race here for the fans. You can get all sorts of different places on this racetrack and see all sorts of different vantage points to see the cars from different angles. And for a photographer, it's absolute mecca.
Just being reminded by one of our team, Brandon Gratio, who's doing the spotting for us this weekend and making sure we miss none of the action down the field. Thanks, Brandon, doing a great job, mate. That these guys are former Lizard teammates. Well, obviously Bergmeister's still in the Lizard team. Johannes van Overbeek spent a long time with Seth Nyman's team and jumped to the Ferrari ship a couple of seasons ago now, at the start of the ESM roller coaster rides. First of all with the 430 with Scott Sharp's team, and now with the brand new 458 Italian. It just looks as though the 458 is hooking up slightly better out of the medium speed corners. Look, he's got a good run here. The MGT, that's 3rd place in GTC that's ahead of him. That's Enrique Cisneros as they're coming across the line. Now this time, has the Ferrari got in the draft? No, he hasn't. He's just not able to hang on. Look at the way that the GT Porsche was drafting the GTC Porsche there. Pat Long really using his racing brain. I rate this lad very highly indeed, but he's gone the wrong way there, and that's going to cost him the position. He gambled on going round the outside of the 18 prototype challenge car, and that gamble has failed. He put his money on red and it's turned up black.
And that's Carl Marcelli in that car. Should have maybe just made a pit stop or something. Surprised to see that number 18 car going slowly. It had some problems earlier in the race when Anthony Nicolosi was driving, but Carl Marcelli, he's very, very quick indeed. But you know that the Ferrari and the Porsche, they are so closely matched. It was just that little bit of loss of momentum there for Patrick Long that allowed Johannes van Overbeek to make that move. But their fastest laps, and the laps indeed all the way through the race, have been virtually neck and neck.
Patrick Long will be kicking himself. You can pick left or right. He picked left, and I'm afraid as the wheel spun around, it was right that came up, and through has gone Johannes van Overbeek into 4th position. Patrick Long down into 5th. Just under 2 hours remain here at Road America in the Road Race Showcase. Come back and join us for more on ESPN3.com.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin man who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering. Analyzing. Perfecting. Pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
Hi, I'm Brian Sellers.
And I'm Wolf Hensler. And we won the GT class 2 weeks ago in our Falcon Tire Porsche.
And we hope you're enjoying this broadcast of the Road America Road Race Showcase.
The American Le Mans Series, world-class drivers, premier road courses and cutting-edge technology. Drivers from around the world strut their speed, skill and endurance. 5 separate classes racing on the track at the same time. This is the American Le Mans Series. And we move into the second half of the Road Race Showcase at beautiful Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, Road America, where America comes to race. And there is your leader, Klaus Graf, 21.2 seconds ahead of his nearest rival. This has been a fantastic run by Klaus since he took over the car from Lucas Luhr. They'd had a pretty decent battle with first Stephen Kane and then Guy Smith, but this has been an imperious second part of the race, second third of the race if you like, from Klaus Graf. He's really got down to business and got down to his work very well indeed, Jeremy.
He has indeed, John. He's turned some very fast laps as well. He has turned the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 53.471. Incidentally, Guy Smith in second place in car number 60, the deficit to this car, the Lola Aston Martin, back to the G-Oil Lola Mazda. It's 21 seconds, but Guy Smith, he too has just turned his personal best lap of the race at 1 minute 53.9.
Now, I mentioned Stephen Kane earlier on, and Humaid Al Masood was doing fantastically as well. That car is now behind the wall with a water leak. The Dyson Oryx team trying to get that fixed. In GT, well, you know what needs changing about GT? Absolutely nothing at all. The battle's been fast and furious and continues on as we're watching Corvette versus BMW. And that is Dirk Werner and Olivier Beretta going at it for 7th position. And that is Beretta just taking that position, going down into turn number 5. If you want to watch a battle, just wait for the GT cars to come round, because somewhere there are 2, 3 or 5 having a real dice.
Yeah, you're right, and there's 2 Corvette versus BMW battles going on at different parts of the race.
On slightly different strategies.
On slightly different strategies. And in fact, Oliver Gavin, he's actually edged out a little bit of a lead over Joey Hand in the lead of GT. Pulled out a couple and a half seconds, but this battle here rages on. These two, as you say, on the slightly different strategies than the other 2, but again, very, very closely matched.
Now they're chasing Brian Sellers, who you just got a quick turquoise and a green flash of as he goes. So there he is, going down into Canada corner, and they're just about closing in on him, not by much, maybe by 0.6 of a second the last time around, as Brian Sellers circulates in 6th position. Pat Long in 5th in the 45 Flying Lizard, and the top 4 are the 60. The 01 Johannes van Overbeek ESM Ferrari, the 62 Ferrari of Villander, Joey Hand in the 56 BMW, and Ollie Gavin, as we said, leading by about 3 seconds now. But dare you take your eyes off any of these battles, because, as we said just before the break, these cars are so evenly matched that a tiny little slip can have big repercussions. Now here's some danger for those guys, because the leader is coming up on them, and Klaus Graf will want to be by quickly. Let's check in for some more Corvette news with the program manager, Doug Feehan.
Well, Doug, we've seen 2 different strategies employed here by Corvette for the 3 and 4 car. Both of them have had some great battles with BMW. How confident are you that regardless of whose strategy pays off, that you've got a car there at the end?
Well, I think both cars will be strong at the end. Our entire strategy for the week we've been here has been simply to develop a setup on the car that utilizes the tire throughout the entire run. And if you looked at both those passes that took place, they were always late in the run, in the last third of the run, because we really have an even keel set up on both cars. We split the fuel strategy early. We'll still see how that pans out as the race develops, so we're covered either way. But I think at the end of the day, as these runs go to completion, you're going to see the Corvette dominate.
We've seen Tommy Milner have a stint and get out of the car, and I know that there was some understeer on that car earlier this weekend. Was there any feedback from him on that opening stint for the number 3?
Actually, he liked the balance on the car. We did battle a little bit about understeer, but we're meeting that with some small tire pressure changes, and obviously it's paid off.
All right, we'll keep our eye on it. Thanks, Doug.
News coming to us thanks to Doug Feehan. Always a great interview, and clearly lacking a bit of confidence there. He needs to get down off the fence once or twice. That's going to be another change for the lead, for the position, further down the field. Oh, 55 goes the long way round into Canada corner as Dirk Werner has a look at Olivier Beretta, and Olivier is now having to defend. He's got BMW on both sides of his car at one stage there. Looked at his left mirror, there was the BMW. Looked at his right, it's there as well.
Button now.
Yeah, hit the big red button on the front that says power. That's what you need, Olivier, because you've got that big BMW propeller and the V8 engine powering up the hill behind you. And it looks like Brian Sellers is being caught. It's under 2 seconds, the gap between these two battling GT cars and the 6th place car ahead of him. Look, it's all closing up.
Yeah, I think, generally speaking, these two here are a little bit quicker than the Falcon Tires Porsche, and they're gradually closing in.
Well, we're just over half distance, so let's have a look at the Forza Motorsport mid-race recap. It's been a dramatic opening couple of hours with 4 lead changes in Prototype 1 category, echoed by 4 lead changes in GT. Could have been 44 in GT. In the championship, the leaders, Gunnar Jeanette and Gonzalez in the LMP2 Championship, have been in trouble. Gonzalez fighting his way back to 3rd position as we stand at the moment. And in GTC, it's a massive battle at the head of the field. The championship contenders are in 1st and 2nd position, with the 66 and the 54 car, the TRG and the Black Swan cars trading punches at the head of the field. That's your Forza Motorsport 4 mid-race recap, as we've got an hour and 50 minutes remaining on ESPN3.com and across Europe on Motors TV, Canada over on the Rogers Sportsnet channels. This is John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw, and let's go down and pick up a bit of BMW news. We've had the Corvette side of things. It was confident down there. What's it like down at BMW?
Well, Bobby Rahal, we have seen a split strategy between the two cars today. How big of an advantage is that over the course of a 4-hour race?
Well, I think we have to, it was a little bit about track position. We were up front and they got kind of mired in the back at the start, and so they really, I think they had to take, like Tom Milner, he was in the same place as the Corvette. So we're kind of covering each other right now. Because really the car we have to beat is the number 4 Corvette. And so, we'll see what happens. But been a little unlucky in traffic, catching the slow cars at the wrong places in the track, but there's a long way to go yet.
We've heard Joey on the radio unhappy with the left side tires. What do you do as a team to help compensate for some of that?
Well, we're still running fast laps. It may not be quite as good as he'd like. And as it cools off, I think these tires will get just better and better. So, we kind of put the tires out that we thought would be good in the second half of the race. So, we'll see.
Bobby Rahal sounding optimistic going into the second half of the race.
And why shouldn't he, to be honest? Now, this is about to get very interesting in GT, because Brian Sellers, who's doing a cracking job in the 17 Falcon Tires Porsche, is being caught by the 2 beast-like front-engine V8s, one American, one German, 2 very different philosophies, coming up with cars that are not all that different. Big V8 engine in the front, 2-door coupe, of course, for the Corvette, American sports car, and, well, 2-door coupe-ish for the BMW, although you can get a 4-door M3, of course, as well. And that is Europe's driving machine, isn't it, the BMW? And here it is closing up nicely. And this, remember, is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th in GT. And Brian Sellers all of a sudden is going to be very, very busy because he's still passing GTC cars like the JDX11. Chris Thompson, he's about to go past now as he goes through the kink. Oh, and he's held up just on the exit the kink. And Beretta has a think about it. And of course, behind him, Dirk Werner thinks, oh, why? I'm going to pick up the pieces here.
And that Falcon Tires car, they won last time out at Mid-Ohio primarily because it was wet in the latter stage, and the Falcon Tires in a wet are absolutely superb. In a dry, they're not quite yet on a match with the very best that Michelin, which is on the Corvette, and Dunlop, which is on the BMW, can supply, but they're certainly making very, very good progress. And we've seen now for quite a few laps how the Corvette and the BMW have been gradually inching closer to Brian Sellers, who now makes the pit stop, but they certainly weren't making rapid gains, were they?
That is spot on time for Brian. And also in is the race leader.
The third stop for the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin. They've got 4 Michelins ready to put on. They're cleaning off the windshield and getting a full fuel load on there for Klaus Graf. Also giving him another drink as he'll stay behind and likely complete the driving duties here on the number 6 car. So far, everything going smoothly. Klaus Graf would love to get some redemption for last year when he was beaten past on the last lap of the race to finish second. So far, though, things look smooth, Jamie.
Yes, and the number 16, Dyson Racing, also on pit road. Guy Smith is going to stay behind the wheel of the car. He just got a fresh drink bottle. Looks like it's going to be a fuel-only pit stop. Isobutanol still going into the number 16 GLO Mazda. Guy Smith's ready to go, and now the car's ready to go. There is a delay, though, in getting it fired up, installed, and now he's got
it. Again, not the slickest of pit stops by the Geo's Dyson crew. That little 4-cylinder turbo has been slightly recalcitrant in restarting. But now, after all of that, the 55 did get around the 3 car. Olivier Beretta now back down into 6th position, and this is how it happened. Coming down, oh my goodness me. That's not how it happened. That's Olivier Beretta, the Monegasque driver, throwing quite a, what am I going to say, a strong block on that car. Would you say that might qualify as a block?
That would be the term I might use, yeah.
Defending...
Leaving no room down it. Robust defence.
Robust, strong defence, yeah. That was the pass at the top of the hill. So he does get through, and it only takes him a couple of corners extra. Olivier Beretta may find that he escapes a penalty there for the sake that a couple of corners later the pass was made anyway, but that was, as Jeremy says, somewhat robust defence. 23.2 seconds is the gap between this car and Guy Smith in 2nd position, down towards Canada Corner with the remaining Jaguar ahead of us. And can't get through with Canada Corner, but we'll use the V12 6-litre power to go through the left-hander at Bill Mitchell, heading up to the final corner. 1-2 gears down from Klaus turn-in. Don't use too much curb on the apex there, you can use a little bit on the exit. Now up the hill, and this is what the Aston Martin sounds like when it's being thrashed within an inch of its life. It actually sounds much wilder outside, doesn't it?
Sounds a bit muted inside the car, doesn't it? But I was actually talking to Brandon Fry, the race engineer, there a little while ago, and well, I should say before the start of the race, and talking about how great that car sounds. He was saying, look, we've got a perfect position here in our pit stall because we're towards the end of this big front straight, and we can really hear that car wailing. It's a glorious sound, and they're perfectly positioned there. And as I say, as you say, the sound is slightly muted here, but that car is running absolutely beautifully. And Klaus Graf, that was a fine stint. He's now out there on fresh tyres and looking to extend his lead. The lead, however, was down to about 9 seconds last time around. It was over 20.
Two of these cars coming into the American Le Mans Series because, of course, the works, Aston Martin, the Lowe's sponsored car will be at Laguna Seca and Petit Le Mans I'm very excited about that with the guys from Banbury, from Pro Drive, running that as we've got the GT leaders on pit lane, line astern. The 4 of Ollie Gavin, the BMW in second position of Joey Hand. That's allowed Tony Vielander to go through the lead in the Risi Competizione. Ferrari, he has not yet made his stop, but they're coming into their pit stalls now. Looks like a full service, and out gets Ollie Gavin, the tall figure of Gavin, to be replaced by Jan Magnussen. Wiping of the screen, fuel going in, Michelin tyres laid out further down the pit lane. Similar things going on at Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan with Joey Hand. Interesting to see if they're changing drivers as well. I think they will.
I would think so, yeah. We're over halfway into the race, and what was interesting to me there was those cars virtually nose to tail as they came into the pits, and we've been talking about it. We hadn't seen much of that battle lately, and that's because there had been about 2.5 seconds between them, and that 2.5 seconds seems to have gone away.
And in fact, the BMW guys have trumped the Pratt & Miller guys, and that is saying something. The Pratt & Miller, the Corvette team, won the pit stop challenge year after year in the American Le Mans Series. They came in with Ollie Gavin ahead of that car. They've gone out, and Jan Magnussen will be behind. They dropped down at almost exactly the same time. Also in the pit lane, this is the 52, I think, the LMP-C, and that was the car that was leading.
No, this car was in second place. The 63 of Genoa Racing was leading the class. Elton Julian had been turning some very quick laps. He'd eked out a little bit of a lead, and that car was in the pits a couple of laps ago, and now it's a turn of the 52 of PR1 Matheson Motorsports. A slightly long stop there before that car is able to resume.
And it was Butch Leitzinger still in the car, the distinctive black carbon fibre helmet. He's swapped, I noticed, to a Stilo make helmet, as many of the drivers are. Made their name in rallying earlier in the decade.
And there is the 63, that is the leader, regaining the lead in LMP Challenge. Elton Julian, he was only added as a third driver to Eric Lux and Christian Zugel just in a couple of days before the race, and showing the wisdom of that decision by Genoa Racing. And Elton Julian now regains the lead in LMP Challenge.
And look how
fine
relaxed.
Stint by Elton. He hasn't driven this car for 2 or 3 races, so he's come back in here relatively cold. Hasn't done much driving for the last month or so.
He's got a very relaxed driving style. There's the leader in GTC. We said in the Forza Motorsports mid-race recap that the two teams and driver combinations battling at the head of the championship were battling at the head of the race as well. Well, this is the second place in terms of drivers leading the race at the moment, and that's exactly where they want to be. Spencer Pumpelly is some 9.2 seconds ahead of the Black Swan of Tim Pappas, who's chasing him down.
And kudos to Tim Pappas. You know, Spencer Pumpelly, he's a professional driver, been doing this for a long time. Tim Pappas is the team owner at Black Swan Racing, and after they've been out there at least a half an hour or so, and to have only lost 10 seconds to Spencer Pumpelly, hats off to Tim Pappas. He's really come along this season, I think, as a driver, and that's a very, very good pace indeed. Third place in the cast is the number 30 NGT car of Enrique Signeris, last year's Porsche GT3 Cup champion.
And there is the second place car of Tim Pappas, and he's in all kinds of traffic there, having to just ease to the middle of the road. And look how quick the 11 is of Chris Thompson. That's not losing any ground at all as the Corvette powers by. And this is where things get complicated. A man who is in second place, lapping someone else in his class and being lapped by a car in a different category. There's 1 hour and 40 minutes still to go here at Road America. As we go on board with the GTC Porsche. And that is Dion von Moltke up the hill underneath the newly Corvette bridge, the newly named Corvette bridge. Now this is a shame, because his second Jaguar in the pit lane with problems. The first car seemed to stutter at the very start of the race. Didn't like running slowly, and now they're putting some fluid in the back there. It's not
oil, I fancy.
Yeah, but is that diff oil then, or something? And Risi in as well from second position. This is the second position GT car in along pit lane.
They'll be making a driver change Once again here at Risi Ferrari, so Jamie Mello will get back behind the wheel. Tony Vielander climbs out. They've got 4 tires ready now. They have been having some issues with the clutch. It started early in Jamie Mello's first stint, and then it sort of worked itself out, so they never had to bring it in and work on it. Well, it acted back up with Tony Vielander behind the wheel. It was slipping. They had Tony try a number of things while he was driving to try to correct the problem. They think it's fixed again, so they haven't touched it. The 62 is back underway, but it is something to watch if that clutch acts up again.
Chris Thompson on the outside of the final turn has found the beach, I'm afraid, and just going back to that pit stop for Risi. Damage to the left rear of that car, the left rear corner, with the rear valance loose, and some damage to the bodywork. And I did see some fluid going in there. In fact, the guy who was putting the fluid in under pressure got in the way of the left rear changer, and the pits are closed, which means we're going full course caution for the third time. Jeremy, thank you very much indeed for the JDX racing car. Now that's very interesting, and that is very bad news, of course, for Risi, who've just done their pit stop. Jamie Mello in second place will have lost that position.
Really, actually, yeah, it's probably actually worked out not to their detriment, because they've just made a pit stop right after the other guy as well, so they're all pretty much on the same strategy, so that won't really affect them.
Well, once again, the safety teams are called into action here at Road America. There are your leaders. 64 laps completed. We've got 1 hour and 36 minutes remaining here at the Road Race Showcase.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin Man, who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering, analyzing, perfecting, pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
We're under our third full course caution. The field sitting in behind the safety car as, the pit lane is closed, and we're just hearing that the 01 is coming in. This must be for emergency service. They're right on the edge. What they'll get is 5 seconds of fuel.
Yes, the 01 car, it does seem like they were out of fuel. They came in, counted to 5, got just enough fuel to go back out. They are going to have to come back into the pits as soon as the pits are open for GT cars, but this is such a long track that IMSA doing that role for the teams is a huge help for them. However, they are going to lose track time, because they had to make 2 pit stops.
And just missed a small rodent on the way out. Didn't lift it all, though, I noticed that. Clean, yes, the rodent or the Ferrari. Clean, fast and efficient is what the Michelin Green X Challenge is all about. At the end of the season, we total up the winners, and someone will be going to Le Mans from Prototype and from GT. And as it stands at the moment, the 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin has a combined score in those 3 categories of 22.5. 5 and leads by a couple of points. In Grand Touring, it's the 56 BMW team Rahal Letterman Lanigan, but that is so tight, less than half a point ahead of Risi Competizione and just another 10th back Corvette Racing. That one is going to run right to the end of the 4 hours, and as I say, at the end of the season at Petit Le Mans, we'll be finding out who gets the 2 automatic invites to Le Mans 24 Hours 2012. So we're saving the planet whilst we're racing and getting the invite to the world's greatest motor race at the same time. That is the Michelin Green X Challenge in the American Le Mans Series.
Are we just talking about the timing of the yellow there? You question whether it was a problem for the 62 car. It wasn't, but as you can see there, it was a problem for the 01 car. That's going to fall to the back of the lap in contentions in GT.
Well, Falcon plan to supply multiple teams in the future, but for now they're currently just channeling all their effort through one team, Falcon Tyres Porsche. Now, in order to make progress with their tyres, what they needed was a platform that was proven and reliable. So it's no surprise they chose Porsche.
We're trying to develop the tyres. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel with the car, you know, so we just need to get from a manufacturer to somebody who has a great support mechanism to not only supply you the car, but the spare parts and technical advice if you need it.
Porsche has been the most successful car in the last years here in ALMS. They have proven, or Porsche has proven, that the car is very fast, and it's also very important, it's very, very reliable.
Porsche gives us the opportunity to come in on a baseline car that has always been successful, that has always won races. And it gives them the opportunity to put that aspect aside, to be able to say, okay, we don't have to worry about the race car, all we have to worry about is improving ourselves.
Derek Walker with Wolf Hensler and Brian Sellers explaining the Porsche art and science of endurance racing. On board with Pat Long in the 45 Flying Lizard, and they're working together with Falcon Tyres Porsche this weekend to try and get that manufacturer's title and get extra points.
Yeah, even though they're on different tyre manufacturers, but the Falcon effort, yeah, it's a really good effort, and Brian Sellers is going to go back out to Japan this week to do another test at Sugo Sportsland as the Falcon, they're putting so much effort into this now. They're really getting serious about their GT racing, and it's good to see that Brian Sellers is going to get another opportunity to go out to Japan and do some specific tyre testing.
Well, our third full course caution has neutralised the field. The Chevy safety car leads us around. It's not just about the American Le Mans Series here at Road America this weekend. We've also had the Cooper Tyres Prototype Lights races. Poleman Antonio Downs in the blue and white number 4 got a great start. All the action was behind him as the 79 of Lucas Downs tried to make it 3 wide through the carousel, and that's not going to work at that part of the circuit. The car very second hand. The driver was fine. On the restart, the number 34, John Brownson, hassling Jonathan Gorn, going through into second place, and he was straight at the leader as well as he went by Antonio Downs for the lead at turn number 5. From then, he never looked back and took the checkered flag ahead of Gore in second place. Here's the results from both of the races, and on Saturday it was Charlie Shears who took a well-paced victory ahead of Antonio Downs and Jerry Kraut. We'll be back with more from Road America next.
Listen. Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit. 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 Hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving. And that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
A car designed with a singular purpose. Yet somehow, it manages to be so much more. Porsche, engineered for magic every day.
The American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron, the fusion of man, mind, and machine in the ultimate test, where the fight for first is around every corner and in the mind of every driver. It's 100% adrenaline. Rip, rock, tear, and burn. But there's only one winner and only one place in North America to see the thrill of Le Mans. The American Le Mans Series, coming at you this summer on ABC, ESPN2, and ESPN3.com.
Welcome back to Road America, on board with Guy Cosmo in the 02. Now look at the steering wheel and you will see something that we've never seen before. The little second finger of the right hand there, flicking the right hand paddle to change the Ferrari gearbox up. And the reason we've never seen that before in the American Le Mans Series is that this is the first time that the semi-automatic paddle shift has been fitted to a 458 Italia that's run in America. Guy Cosmo is getting the benefit. Now, that is his teammate, and that is the 01 car, and that is not... I think he's out of fuel. He's out of fuel again. He got a splash, remember, coming into the pit lane, and the splash hasn't been enough. They mustn't have got... Let's have a listen to the team radio. Clearly, the splash wasn't enough. Came in when the pits were closed about a lap or so ago. Such a long lap here, and that is disaster.
I should be the last car.
Or is he just...
he's going to the back of the line. He's going to the back of the line. Okay, panic over. Everybody in the ESN pit, I'm very sorry. I know you're listening to us on the PA here. He passed the safety car, and he shouldn't have, so he's been told by race control to go back to the... in fact, I've been told he hasn't been told. He's actually... he's, apparently that's very Ohio State of him. I'm sure the Americans listening to us on ESPN3.com will understand that reference. He's trying to fix it himself, trying to do it before he gets sanctioned by the rules makers.
Because we saw several teams at the last race in Mid-Ohio get a lengthy penalty. Yeah. In fact, it's a stop and a lap penalty. A minimum of a lap, yeah. For passing the pace car when you're not supposed to. There are certain instances these days when we have this wave by, which is designed so that nobody loses out to their respective class leader. Correct. As in respect of where the overall race leader is when the safety car is sent out onto the racetrack. So it's a bit complicated, but heads up, very heads up driving by Johannes van Overbeek. Several teams last time, including Alex Job Racing, one of the most experienced teams in the American Le Mans Series. They were caught out by that 2 weeks ago, and it cost them a lot of ground.
And the reason he wants to do that is because he's leading the class at the moment. Now remember, he's still only got a tiny splash of fuel, and he leads from the 55 of Dirk Werner. We're on board with him now. He's a little further back down the safety car line, but Van Overbeek knows that he's in with a shot here, and if they're doing their calculations on fuel, as well as I'm sure they all are, we always say this, but there's as much talent on the wall as there is on the track in the American Le Mans Series, and I can tell you, calculators and laptops, those Panasonic Tough Books that you see up on the perches on pit lane, will be working overtime at the moment to make sure that every possible scenario is being plugged into them. There's the second place car, Dirk Werner. In third, it's Olivia Beretta in the GT category. They're just going round Canada corner, and at the head of the line, the leaders are absolutely together. Yeah. Klaus Graf has now, after being 20 seconds up the road, has got Guy Smith up his Aston Martin V12 tailpipes.
And during that last stint before this caution, Guy Smith turned his best lap of the race thus far, 53.668. So that was, he turned up the wick here. He was going very, very quickly indeed. We're going to see several battles in most of the classes when we get back to green.
GT pit stops. The GT pits are now open on the second pass around, and Dirk Werner has come in. Olivia Beretta has come in out of third, and Sasha Masson comes in out of eighth. And Van Overbeek's in as well, of course, out of the lead because he didn't get full fuel. Let's go down to our pit reporters and find out how the tactics are playing out.
Number 55 BMW, I can see coming down pit lane right now. Looks like they're going to do a driver change. Bill Oberlin is on the wall, so Dirk Werner's going to hop out of the car. Another thing that's interesting about this pit stop, they are going to take a set of Dunlop tires. However, 3 of them are stickers, and the right front is a scrub tire. It says morning warm-up on the front of it, so it only has a couple laps on it, but that's still a very interesting tactic done by BMW Team RLL. Kelly?
As we see these two teams sort of playing cat and mouse, because right behind them here at the number 3 Corvette also making a driver change, so Olivia Beretta out and Tommy Milner getting strapped back in. They're waiting to put 4 new Michelin tires on the number 3 car. We heard Doug Feehan talking earlier that they played with a couple different pressures. Right now, so far, this team that's known for its quick and clean pit stops. You can hear the BMW leaving pit lane. A bit slower here at Corvette, having problems with that right front tire. They're finally down and underway, but they've lost some time.
And they've lost enough time to come out behind the Extreme Speed Motorsport Ferrari. Tell you what the change was there. Bill Oberlin might have had his helmet on and it might indeed have gone over the wall. He didn't get in the car. That is not Bill Oberlin in the car. He did not get in. I'm absolutely certain that is still the driver that brought the car into the pit stop. And there's the confirmation of that. We've got an hour and 22 minutes to go here at the Road Race Challenge at the American Le Mans Series.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin Man who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering. Analyzing. Perfecting. Pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
And as you rejoin us here at Road America, it's perfect timing because the green flag is flying again. And just saw the number 20 car go through there, so the water leak has been fixed on the Oryx Dyson racing machine. It's got a little overcast in the last few minutes. The headlights on the cars just showing up on our camera at the edge of turn number 1 down there. And the sun for the moment has disappeared. Threat of rain perhaps rolling in from the south. And maybe the eastern side of the racing circuit. We're told it's raining in Sheboygan at the moment, which is to the east of where we are. There is the number 20, just confirming that that car is back out on its circuit. There's also a bit of rain coming through Madison, which is to the south. And
that's more of a concern.
Yeah, that is
where the weather comes from.
That's where the weather comes from the west-hand side, yeah.
South and west, I should say. But it's good to see that 20 car back in the fray here. There's the Oracle car, still running third in class and third overall. Chris McMurray and Tony Burgess. Haven't seen Mike Lewis in that car, but the number 20 car here, can it stay within its 70% distance? That's the question.
Now back in GT, on board with the 56 BMW. Ahead is the Risi Ferrari. And these guys have been sort of fastened together with a short piece of elastic for pretty much all the race.
And you asked me whether that the time of that caution was a detriment to the Ferrari. Well, emphatically not, because here it is now with the pit stops all shuffled out, and it's leading the class. It was about, 10 seconds back before this round of pit stops, and the timing just happened to work out in their favour because they were able to get in and get out while the other guys were still getting heat into their tyres.
And that is the battle then for second position between the BMW and Patrick Long in third place. Now, the Lizard didn't come in on that last pit stop. That was one of the cars that stayed out there. So GT is 62 Risi, 56 RLL BMW, which is still struggling with a little bit of tyres on the turn in there at the final corner. Then Patrick Long, 45 Porsche. Then Jan Magnussen in the 4 Corvette. Then Brian Sellers in the 17 Porsche. So once again, we're back to having all of our major manufacturers represented in the top 5 or 6 of the GT category. Looks to me as well at the moment as though Jan Magnussen is the man most likely there, Jeremy, because he's got a very good car underneath him. As we see in the distance there, a very yellow sky, and as a keen motorcyclist, yellow sky normally means you're going to get wet sometime soon. So this will send a real scramble with an hour and 17 minutes still to run here at Road America for the 6th round of the American Le Mans Series presented by Tequila Patron. And if you are just joining us here on ESPN3.com, a very warm welcome from Jeremy Shaw and myself, John Hindle. But where have you been? Because you have missed some cracking motor racing. The good news is there's still an hour and a quarter of it to go, because it's not going to lift off at all. Mello leads the GT category by just a couple of seconds, and then 3 cars within half a second for second position.
Yeah, and again, it's going to come down to strategy. Who needs... I think everybody who came in during that last pit stop, even the GT cars, during that last caution, I should say, even the GT cars, they are going to have to make another pit stop before the end of the race, but they're going to have to take on less fuel than some of the other contenders that pitted earlier on. So it's going to be very, very interesting. At the front of the field, though, the Muscle Milk car with which we are on board right now with Klaus Graf, last lap around was a 1 minute 55.4. He comes across the line this time. It's a 1 minute 54.5.
He's second away from his best lap of the race.
That's right. Good effort indeed. Clear track, of course. No traffic because we've just gone back to green. But Guy Smith, he's a couple of seconds or so behind him, and they are on the same strategy.
Full of fuel though, and you know that's impressive that he's been able to get that car up to speed so quickly.
And they were very closely matched that time around. They were within a couple of tenths of a second. 154.5 for Klaus Graf, 1 minute 54.5 for Guy Smith in the pursuing G-Oil Lola Mazda.
Now that's the sound of a V8, a revving V8, and that's the second place BMW in GT. Dirk Muller heading down with a pretty open track ahead of him as he lets one of the Intersport Racing LMP2 cars go through underneath. Down through turn number 2. I'm impressed at how early they're getting on the power here. The quick guys through the corner, they roll it into the corner as soon as the car starts to rotate around the front wheels. They balance it with a bit of throttle, and then they're hard on the throttle well before the apex of the corner. And that says to me that these guys are really pushing on at the moment, Jeremy. They know that this race is far from over. Blue flags there for the 56, and that must mean that Patrick Long's not too far behind him.
Yeah, and you know, it's these races, 4 hours even, they're absolutely flat out all the way. There is no, looking after the equipment here. It's just a sprint race from start to finish. It's a long sprint race, but it's definitely a sprint race. There's no relaxing at all.
Let's have a quick look at the race recap. Early on, there was all kinds of carnage. The 34 spun, and remember, this is what started it all off in the GT category. As it came back on, the Green Hornet car got right in the way of the BMW, lifted off. Now to the right, you're about to see Ollie Gavin, who's gone round the opposite side of the Green Hornet car, pops up and takes the position away from the RLL BMW. Then just a couple of, there it is from the outside, goes all the way around. That is phenomenal stuff from Ollie Gavin. Doesn't need any second invitation at all. Then a little bit of blocking tactics. This from Olivier Beretta in the number 3 car on the other BMW, the 55. Remember, the 2 Corvettes and the 2 BMWs on slightly different strategies. And that's what it looked like from inside the 55. A big lift off and brake from the BMW had to be. However, Olivier Beretta couldn't hold back the BMW tide for very long, because pretty much at the very next corner going down into turn 5, good position, got inside on the brakes, roll off the brakes and get the apex. No, can't do it. But on the way out, much better traction from the Dunlops, pushing up the hill towards the Corvette bridge, and now roll off the brakes into the apex of turn number 6 and take the position. At the head of the field, Klaus Graf leading Guy Smith by 2.5 seconds. And here is the new leader in the GT category. That's the 62 Ferrari. We said they've had rotten luck this year. We might say that they've planned their pit stops perfectly, but they couldn't have known when that yellow flag has come out. It has, for once, favoured Dave Beaky Sims and Giuseppe Risi.
It has, because as he was making his pit stop, getting back up to speed, the yellow came out, so the other contenders had to slow down. That's why it enabled him to get leapfrog the other two and get into the lead. And since the restart, Jeremy Mello has really got the hammer down. He's turning some very, very quick laps indeed. In fact, he's just turned that car's best lap of the race, a 2:07.163, and he's extended that lead over Dirk Mueller now to how much? About 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds that Ferrari has a lead. You can't even see as he comes down the straight toward Canada corner. We'll see if we can see the pursuing BMW behind him. I don't think we can quite.
No.
So Jeremy Mello has really got the hammer down. He's doing a fabulous job.
Yeah, that 62 car has done a 2:07.163, his best lap of the race last time around.
Well, it hasn't been completely smooth sailing for the 62 Risi Ferrari. They've been having issues with their clutch. It started early on Jamie Mello's first stint, but somehow it rectified itself. Then when Tony Vielander got behind the wheel, he was experiencing some pretty bad issues with it. It was slipping. The crew had him trying different things while he was driving to fix the problem because they didn't want to have to spend the extra time in pit lane. Last report from the team was, it seems to be okay for now at least.
It's a bit of a worry, in fairness, because clutches tend not to fix themselves. Sticky carbonated drinks tend to be the way to go. It's Klaus Graf leading by 2.3 seconds here at Road America as the GT battle continues to rage on. Got a report that on one of the last restarts, the leader clipped Ollie Gavin's Corvette. Now, I have to say we didn't see that, or at least if it did, I didn't notice it, but we'll keep an eye out for any damage on Gavin's Corvette. It's been in the wars today already with the little tap from the Risi car, and we'll have a look on the front of the Aston Martin and the Aston Martin Racing Lola muscle milk car on board with the paddle shift Ferrari, as we will call it. That's the 02 car. See, that seems to be working fine. So as a trailblazer, wonder how long it'll be before that gets picked up. Now, let's go to LMPC. 1, 2 and 3 in our lead shot there, Jeremy.
Yes, indeed. There's the Gunnar Jeanette car 06 is a lap behind these two, but there is Elton Julia, the leader. This is Butch Leitzinger. We heard Butch say at the beginning of the show that Rudy Junko, his teammate, was a bit quicker than Butch. Well, that has been the case so far in this race. In fact, Butch Leitzinger has not quite yet matched the best lap that Rudy did in his first stint. But Butch is getting the hang of this car. He hasn't driven it much, but he's getting the hang of it now, and that is the gap, as you can see from the 63 car. For Genoa Racing, Elton Julia turns into turn 1 there. There is Butch Leitzinger right behind him, and there in the third place is Gunnar Jeanette, but as I say, he is a lap behind the other two.
But what's significant there, Jeremy, is if he can get by them and we get another yellow flag, he'll get the pass around.
Absolutely.
So he's got to keep pushing, as in comes one of the early pace setters in LMPC. This is Kyle Marcelli. Swap teams this weekend. We reported on that earlier on. That looks like a fairly standard pit stop. In goes the fuel. They're having a look at the Michelin tyres, and I think they're going to clean out the air ducts. The two guys at the front leaning over the fenders will be cleaning out the air ducts as once the fuel has stopped going in, of course.
Kyle Marcelli has certainly helped out the team this weekend. When he first got in the car during the test session, he said, guys, this isn't right. These brakes aren't right. The power steering isn't right. He looked over to his new co-drivers for the weekend, and they said, we thought something was wrong, but they haven't had a pro driver in the car all weekend. So now they said, this car is the best car that we've driven yet this season, and they're looking to use those gains for the rest of the year.
Jaap van Lagen, third place in GTC, has planted the Green Hornet car in the kitty litter. There's still all kinds of battles going on. We're hearing that can be dealt with a local yellow. Well done to the guys. As meantime, the battle between Pat Long and Jan Magnussen for third place in GT is on fire.
Yeah, and Jaap van Lagen, he had just turned the fastest lap in GT Challenger in this race last time around. So he was on a mission in third place, trying to track down both the 54 car without Jerome Blakemolen driving for the Black Swan Racing team in second place in that class. Look, it's Dominic Farnbacher.
Yeah, come up from nowhere.
Porsche Napleton Racing, their debut in the American Le Mans Series. That's a remarkable effort to get themselves into contention.
And that car was off the track completely, remember, at the exit of the carousel early on. Now we're just hearing that Jaap van Lagen just went straight off into the kitty litter at the bottom of the hill. Maybe just missed his braking point, trying a little bit too hard.
Exactly, just trying a little bit too hard. He really had the bit
sorry,
between his
Canada
teeth.
corner, my apologies.
Yeah, Canada corner, turn 12 there. But look at these two here.
Well, we've got a look at what happened with Jaap van Lagen. We're on board with the 68 car with Spencer Pumpelly. He goes through. Oh my goodness me! He's never going to make that. He braked about 100 metres too late. The 68 car was already on the brakes and changing down, and Jaap van Lagen hadn't even lifted off at that point. There was no brake lights on.
That was a whole battle there. That was for third place in GT Challenge. All very, very close. And I think that Pumpelly came in and made a pit stop right after that in that number 66 car.
Cracking drive from Patrick Long, third place for the Flying Lizards. They've traditionally gone well here. Let's go down to the pit lane and hear what his teammate thinks of it.
Jörg Bergmeister, Patrick Long behind the wheel right now, but I know during your stint, the car seemed to be down on some power. It wasn't as fast as you were hoping for. Does it have enough to hold on?
I don't know yet. We have to see. It's all about tire management right now for us, I think. But we made some pressure adjustment and the car seems to be better now. So I'm going to get in for the end and hopefully we can have a strong finish here.
What is the advantage for you guys? You have two cars in this race. You've got Marco Holzer here this weekend doing a fantastic job in the number 44. How much does that help this team to have two cars?
Actually, it's the same routine like always. Marco obviously is doing a very good job. He likes the track here as well, so it's good for him and good for the 44 guys to have a strong finish here, and hopefully it will work all out for them.
Jörg Bergmeister is going to get back in for the finish.
That's very interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. I think a lot of teams will be looking at how hard the guys have had to work. This is quite a physical track, although there's some long straights. It's very high G-forces coming around corners like the carousel. Our leader is still the 62 car. It's worked out well for them to take Jamie Mello in the car. I pause as there's a big... in fact, that's the 34 car who's been off again, I think. Or has he just been dragged out? Sorry, he's been dragged out of the kitty litter there. The 62 car, for once, seemingly getting a decent break with how the yellows have fallen.
And we keep talking about this clutch issue. Tony Vielander had the middle stint, and we've seen you guys swapping places there right around the lead the whole time. But what's the extra challenge of battling some issues with the car?
Yeah, it was not definitely easy task. I mean, some laps were better, some laps the noise was quite bad, so it makes you concentrate quite a lot on what's happening in the car and really takes out some concentration about the driving itself. So far I got the information that everything is working well and Jaime is really on fire. He's doing a really good lap time, so hopefully it lasts until the end.
Yeah, that aside, it seems like things have been going pretty smoothly for you guys. Everyone's sort of holding their breath if it can hold on. I know you guys have a little bit of added pressure with the CEO of Ferrari Worldwide here looking on. Do you guys feel that while you're in the car?
No, I mean, every time we try to give our best effort and try to bring our car in the standings, but I mean, it's good to have the important people here to see the race and see actually what we are doing, so that's a nice thing, but I don't see it as an extra pressure. And I mean, it would be nice to finish the way we are now.
let Tony do it.
Interesting what Tony was saying there. He was talking about it making noise. He was talking about the car driving itself. That sounds more like a thrust bearing or an engagement problem with the clutch rather than the clutch slipping, Jeremy. I mean, these guys wouldn't normally use the clutch once the car is actually running, particularly not with a sequential box. So maybe the clutch is jumping in and jumping out and giving them problems. I don't like the sound of that at all. It sounds like something that might have fixed itself. Things don't normally fix themselves, do they?
No, I'm not quite sure what he could be talking about there, really, because it certainly isn't slowing down Jaime Mello, who is absolutely flying at the front of the field in GT and has extended his lead over these two to 8 seconds. I think that is the largest margin we have seen in this race, which is now, almost 3 hours old.
And in fact, that is the battle for sixth. You've done as I did earlier on, Jeremy, and confused the BMW and Corvette, because we have two pairs of them in the field. Dirk Werner there just leading Tommy.
Dirk, keep pushing. Keep that Corvette behind you.
No, really? I thought you really wanted me to let him pass. That's what I'd be saying if somebody sent me a message like that. Tommy Milner it is in the Corvette behind him, former BMW driver, of course. And at the moment, it seems to be Dirk Werner who has the slight advantage at the moment. Now, don't forget, Forza Motorsport 4, the official racing game of the American Le Mans Series, will be hitting the stores on October the 11th. But you can pre-order yours now. It's dead easy. All you have to do is go to ForzaMotorsport.net, ForzaMotorsport.net, and beat the October the 11th date. Back with more from Road America next on ESPN3.com.
Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit, 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving. And that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
Designed with a singular purpose, yet somehow it manages to be so much more. Porsche, engineered for magic every day.
The American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron, the fusion of man, mind, and machine in the ultimate test, where the fight for first is around every corner and in the mind of every driver. Each 100% adrenaline, rip, rock, tear, and burn. But there's only one winner and only one place in North America to see the thrill of Le Mans. The American Le Mans Series, coming at you this summer on ABC, ESPN2, and ESPN3.com.
As you rejoin us here at the Road Race Showcase, Gunnar Jeanette, and the man who leads the championship in LMPC, has had more bad luck. There's been contact there and a right rear puncture. And believe it or not, it's one of the lead cars in the... Oh, no, it's not. Where is he? Where is Gunnar? My apologies. I thought we were going to see the accident there, but it is a right rear puncture on the 06 car that has caused that problem. He was doing so well. Something has hit him from behind. We're hearing that was the 30 car. That's the NGT GTC car, and that is Sean Edwards, second in that category. so that may have ramifications in that class as well. But that is a disaster, Jeremy. We said they've had problems earlier on, and they've fought back to to the front of the field, and good points haul seems to be disappearing for Gunnar Jeanette.
Yeah, and Ricardo Gonzalez, who started off having incident early on damage to the nose of that car. They were able to get in and change it, and then work their way back up to third place in the cars. They were challenging, trying to get back on the lead lap in LMP Challenge, but this is going to be very, very costly indeed. They're going to lose a lot of ground, and there may well be further suspension damage as well on that car.
He's done really well to get that car back and keep the tyre on the rim. It is flat, but it's staying on the wheel rim. The whole of the right rear legality panel has been pushed onto the tyre. There's oh my goodness me! As the Corvette dives into the pits around him, almost having to take the grass. He's quite within his rights to do so. The pit lane speed limit doesn't start at the top of the hill. That was Tommy Milner trying to get a flyer into the pit lane, and what he didn't want to do there was get jammed in behind a slow-moving Gunnar Jeanette in that 06 core car. And it was a matter of inches as he came out of the final corner and headed in towards the pit lane. So both of those cars now, in fact, actually, they were in positions 16 and 15 on the timing and scoring monitor as Gunnar Jeanette comes in along. That must have been painful for him. I really, really feel for him.
Very, very costly in the championship for those guys. They held a lead of about 15 points over Eric Lux, who's driving for Genoa Racing.
Let's go down to Corvette. Tommy Milner made that quick pit stop.
And they've just finished fueling the number 3 Corvette. Very quick. 2 tires they put on, and he's at a quick stop, fuel and 2 tires.
Yeah, that was very quick indeed. And that looks like tactics again being played by these guys, and they're really rolling the dice. Yeah. This just goes to show, what did we say about the fact that pit stops were going to be key here, and any little advantage plays out massively.
And strategy too, they managed to make this stop. I presume they'll be able to get out there still on the same lap as the leader, so if there was now a full course caution, everybody else in GT is going to have to come onto pit lane for service. Well, this car, the car number 3, Tommy Milner there, trying to warm up those tyres, weaving that car around, get those tyres up to temperature. He has made what will be his final pit stop of the day. He is good to go. Don't think anybody else is in GT. So if there's a caution, that is going to play to the hand of Corvette Racing.
Is it ever? He's 33 seconds away from the leader when he crossed the start-finish line. Of course, you've got to add his pit stop time onto that, but he's well on the lead lap, and that is the key thing. When we're looking for the next 10 minutes for the 2 leaders to come in and make their final pit stops as well. That's the 6 and the 16, as through goes Elton, goes Butch Leitzinger.
And he's lost a little bit of ground lately, because he closed in to within about 2 seconds of Elton Julian in car number 63 for Genoa Racing, but Butch has the last few laps, and as you can see there, he did lift off. That cost him a fair bit of time, and it cost him he's now about 9 seconds behind in that battle for LMP Challenge.
Well, the good news is Gunnar Jeanette is back out and on the circuit, and it's going down to turn 5, and Gunnar goes, Gunnar, you can't do that, man. He's gone past the 30 car of Sean Edwards and then stood on the brakes in the LMPC car and cut back across in front of him, and you can't, there's no action taken, and that's absolutely right, because Sean Edwards can't pull up as quick as a car with downforce and bigger brakes that weighs 2/3 of the weight of his car. Oh, and the 3 Corvette's gone off. No. That's Tommy Milner just out of the pit lane, and he's gone off, and that's a heavy impact on the right-hand side of the circuit. This is...
ironically, that is the full course caution they needed.
And the 20's gone off as well. That is Humaid Al Massoud in the exit of the kink in the Oryx racing car, and that won't be a small impact either. Full course caution is out. This is caution, and Tommy Milner's got the car going again after what seemed to be a very heavy impact. There's damage to drivers
right front, right rear. Pits are closed. Will I come in? Pit.
Pit, you heard him say. Now, on board with Tommy, what happened here? He goes through the Bill Mitchell corner. Oh, it just runs wide and hits the curb. Almost got away with that. Those carbon fibre fenders are really strong, though.
Yeah, but what a shame for Tommy Milner, because that was a great strategic call, I believe, by Corvette Racing, and unfortunately you've got to say it's a very rare area for Tommy Milner, who's done a super job since joining the team. We've been invited to join that team this season.
And he's broken the rear toe link on the right rear, and that was why the car was crabbing. Ironically, of course, Ollie Gavin made the pass in that same piece of runoff tarmac. Tommy ran out a little bit earlier in the corner and got airborne. And here is the onboard of when he gets going again, and clenched fists, hands on head. He knows he's thrown away a potential victory. Now the 20 car, as the 3 is in the pit lane, and we'll check in with that in a moment. But Hamid Al Masood, look in the background there, he was following behind his teammate there and just ran out of road on driver's left. And that again, that's another heavy impact.
And you know what, I mean, that will probably bring out the full course caution. If Tommy Milner hadn't gone off, he would have been in great shape to win this race in that car number 3 Corvette. So what an ironic situation that is for Corvette Racing.
Now
this like I said, this incident that could have won the race for Tommy.
Yeah.
Isn't that cruel?
Yeah, it is. Well, the 3 car has made it to pit lane. It will not be a very quick stop. Let's check in and find out the extent of the damage.
Corvette just finished taking a look at the number 3. Tommy Milner trying to get back underway. They were taking out the suspension. And it seems as though it's okay. They were having a good look. I haven't gotten total firm word. Oh, no, they're taking it behind the wall. So it is. They have a problem with the suspension. And the number 3 Corvette back behind the wall.
Yeah, that is more than they can fix in pit lane. And remember, you can only use a small amount of people over the pit wall. So take it back to the awning. You can do much more with it back there, and that's going to be a rear corner, right rear corner. Hamid Al Masood in the Oryx Dyson, the Mazda Lola with the Dunlop tyres, is parked up just after the King. The car looks remarkably straight down the left-hand side, considering it's clattered all the way down the 3-layer Armco. It looks like he just ran out of room on the exit of the King. I didn't see anyone else involved there, Jeremy. He was following Guy Smith, his teammate.
Yeah.
And
Guy was only a couple of seconds behind the overall race leader, Klaus Graf. There wasn't much to choose between the 2 race leaders, and I think maybe Rumaid was just trying to learn a little bit there from Guy, and what he learned probably was that when you're following somebody through the Kink, you lose a little bit of downforce, and that possibly is what took him off the road.
Yeah, write these words down. Here's what you've learned today. Aero push.
Aero push.
Pit stops will, of course, be following. 51 minutes to go. That means that the GT cars can come in and do their final stops. It might be a tad early.
It'll be okay, in actual fact, for the LMP cars, because we've got 51 minutes to go right now. They're going to be doing another lap before they make that pit stop, and then we're going to have another couple or 3 laps of caution. So we're going to be, I believe we're going to be within 45 minutes to go to the end of the race. So it'll be close, but depending on how long this caution is, I think it'll just about be all right for the LMP cars.
And what this does, of course, Jeremy, is all those tactics and strategies and rolling of dice early in the race is now brought back together, because everybody now can go from here.
That's right, but what's going to be really, really interesting now is the GT pit stops and how much fuel everybody has to take on board. That is going to be the crucial thing.
And explain why that is.
Well, because they're making pit stops with slightly different strategies, and how hard they've been pushing, and how much fuel they need to take on now to get to the end of the race.
Well, we'll take this opportunity whilst we're under our 4th caution of the day to honour our SCCA star performer here at Road America, and this really is one of our own. This is Ron Sharp from Des Moines, Iowa, and he's been a member since 1963. 48 years of membership with the SCCA. He's held several positions with the club, including race chairman for pro racing, and his decades of service has been recognised recently with the SCCA's highest honour, the Wolf Bonato Award, one of the Bentley boys, of course. And currently, Ron is serving as the paddock chief for the International Motorsports Association, IMSA. Ron, we celebrate you, mate, and well done this weekend. You are our SCCA star performer here at Road America. Very well deserved indeed, and just going to show that it's not always the racers that we honour here with the SCCA awards, but also the people behind the scenes as well, without whom, of course, we couldn't enjoy our favourite sport. On board with Klaus Graf, who leads the race under caution here at Road America.
Yeah, and it'll be down to pit stops now between Klaus Graf and the Guy Smith, who will come in behind him. These two will be making pit stops as soon as the pits are open. And in that GT battle, and as we know, the LMP cars will have the first opportunity to pit. Next time around, the GT cars will be on pit lane. And the interesting thing there is that Jaime Mello, he made his last pit stop, if you remember, a couple of laps after the other contenders in GT. That's what enabled him to get the lead of the class. So he is going to need a little bit less fuel than those other leading contenders in GT. However, Dirk Werner, who is back in 7th place in GT, he made his last pit stop considerably after that as well, so he's going to need a lot less fuel than everybody else. It's going to be that fuel flow that determines the order when they come out of the pits in GT.
And there's no fumbles required here. The pressure is on the pit guys. We know that it's a very much a team sport, but the pressure is really on now. So Klaus Graf leads. Klaus Graf leads by 1.4 seconds under the yellow. Happy birthday, Goo, by the way, in ESM.
Yes. Also birthday this weekend. Brian Sellers' birthday this weekend, I think.
It's Brian Sellers' birthday yesterday, if I remember rightly.
He celebrates.
He's 29.
It was indeed.
He'll be 29
it's the first time
now.
He's been 29.
Yes,
actually.
exactly. Yeah, you know. Yes, there is a certain weekly motorsport paper where over many years, racing drivers have got to know who keeps the database of drivers' birth dates, and I certainly think there's been many nights out on people to keep them below 30 for several years when big birthdays are coming up. Well, I'm intrigued with this, Jeremy. You were absolutely right, because we've now only got 47 minutes to go, and we'll have at least one more lap, so it's going to be very tight indeed for the P cars when they come in. But they're going to be in, aren't they? They're going to be in, so it is going to be a dash for cash.
It very much is, and how much fuel do you put in now for these two prototype cars, because they're going to need almost a full tank of fuel, but not quite. And are you going to take a little bit of a gap? Well, well, that's it. Do you change tyres, and do you gamble on taking just a little bit less fuel if there's another caution period? If you take on less fuel, it's going to be a faster pit stop. There's a few little strategic things to be played out here. You can't really afford to take a gamble if you're either the Muscle Milk car or the Gio Dyson racing team. So they're going to put enough fuel to get to the end, assuming it's going to be green all the way. But it's going to be, it is going to be down to the pit crews now that possibly decide the outcome of this motor race.
It's tight in LMP2 as well, with Elton Julian and Butch Leitzinger separated by nothing at all behind the safety car. GT, I'm finding that phenomenally exciting, because that's all still to play out as well. The third place on the podium for PC, John Field, Clint Field and Frankie Montecalvo are going to be battling that one out as the pits are open for prototypes, and we do get the first two cars, Klaus Graf and Guy Smith, in the 6 Aston Martin Racing Muscle Milk car and the 16 G-Oil Dyson car into the pit lane. Elton Julian and Butch Leitzinger come in from the first two places from PC as we go down to our leaders in the pit lane.
The number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin comes in, and these guys were getting pumped up, kind of getting jazzed up. They know it's going to be a race here out of pit lane. Lucas Luhr even coming off the pit box to get a first-hand look, and so far you see him cleaning off the windshield. They wanted to hand Klaus a new drink bottle. He was getting thirsty. It looks like they're putting on some scrub tires, so not fresh tires, not stickers. It's going to be a race here, Jamie.
It is the number 16 also on pit road. Fuel is finished up on the jacks. Looks like they're going to take 4 new Dunlop tires. These are a stickered set. Guy Smith is going to stay behind the wheel of the car. He is not going to get out at the same time as the number 6 car. This stop taking a little bit longer. He's down on the jacks and fired up.
Well, taking no chances there, Jeremy, on strategy. It is a yellow flag pit stop, so taking the tyres costs you nothing at all unless somebody gets between you and the car that you're racing. So what would you have gained? Maybe 15 feet up the road. So that was clearly the right decision for those guys to make as the IMSA safety team are doing their work and clearing up. We're going to have just about 40 minutes to run when we go back green here at Road America.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin Man who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering. Analyzing. Perfecting. Pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
The GT pits are open for service, and that's brought a stream of takers down along the pit road here at Road America as the evening sunshine is bathing the front straight and the pits in beautiful evening light. The threat of rain has passed us by. Let's check in and find out who's doing what as the teams go to work.
Jamie Mello in this 62 Risi Ferrari coming in. He'll get 4 new sticker Michelin tires and, of course, a full fuel load. Now, David Sims, the team manager, trying to crank his neck pass down to see if he can see down to the BMW pits. Really anxious to know if the 56 car is taking tires as well or if this is going to be a delayed stop. And, Jamie, I think you're down there.
And the 56 just finished the E85 fuel. They are going to take 4 new sticker tires on the number 56 BMW. This is different from what the number 55 did. They went already for their last pit stop. They only did left side. It was a fantastic stop for BMW, but they were not the first out of pit lane. They were beat out by Flying Lizard and Extreme Speed Motorsports.
This has happened to this team before. They've been great on their pit stops all the way through the race, and then when it really counts, they've cost themselves some track position. Just in case you didn't hear there over the top of the engine noise, Jamie told us that the 55 took left side tyres only, as they did earlier on in the race. The 56 took all 4 brand new Dunlops.
Who didn't stop then? The 55 car, because that was on the same strategy as Tommy Milner. That made its last pit stop about 7 laps ago. I don't think Dirk Werder has to stop again in car number 55. He is leapfrogged now to the head of the class in GT, and that's exactly what Tommy Milner would have done as well.
And remember, only got 2 tyres, and we're hearing on the radio they were good to the end. This is what happened at Motorsport. Came out the Ferrari, and there is contact here as he drives into the side of the 62 Ferrari. And of course that got them a stop and go penalty for an unsafe release. So the Ferrari drops down to second. Dirk Werder, there he is, leading the category in the 55 car. And look at the traffic between him and the chasing pack. There must be a dozen cars between him and Jamie Mello. And by the way, I look back to Mid-Ohio, and Wolf passed 12 cars on 1 lap in the wet to take the lead at the end of that race. Let's go back down to the pits.
Bobby Rahal is on the radios with his drivers. He's saying, come on, guys, this is a sprint race now. Need you to pack them up. When we go back green, it's time to go racing. We need to keep our championship alive.
can, I mean, they can't afford to do anything stupid, Jeremy. That's the thing. He's leading the race, but for example, if Jamie Mello gets to him, Jamie Mello getting ahead of him is not the worst thing that can happen to that car. It's the 56 and Jan Magnussen that have got to keep fighting. Sean Edwards there in the 30. That car's come from the very back to the very front of the GTC field. Sean broke the lap record but wasn't allowed to keep it because one of his teammates hadn't driven, and now he's the man who's leading because he's the first class leader in the line, and he'll see the green flag first.
That's right, and Jerome Blake, a model for Blackstone Racing, he made a pit stop under this caution. That is why Sean Edwards is leading in GT Challenge.
Let's just hope that he can go all the way as we get the news that Tommy Milner has retired in the number 3 GM Chevy Corvette after that incident we saw earlier on. Look at the leaders, first and second just going through turn number 1. There's the battle in LMP2 is right in there as well. So many battles around the circuit. Good at Jeanette back in there as well, although of course he's laps down now in that 06 car. Look out for the 63 of Eric Lux and the number 52 of Butch Leitinger as through comes Klaus Graf in the black and white Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car, and Guy Smith desperately trying to hang on to his coattails.
Yeah, can they make it through the traffic? Good work there by Klaus Graf.
Great work.
There's a couple of cars between himself and Guy Smith that go up the hill.
No Guy.
There's a GT car passing a GTC car. No room for Guy Smith. That'll cost him a couple of seconds as well.
But meantime, the leader's been held up behind the Autocon car, the number 12, and he will just lose a moment or two as he comes through down the hill, through the Hurry Downs and into the area of the carousel. Now Guy Smith, can he see the leader ahead of him? Yes, he can. He's going to catch the Autocon car right in the middle of the carousel, and there's nowhere to go. Guy can't go offline because there's so much dirt on the outside of the corner. He flicks out the driver's left, and now he is in clear air, but that's cost him a second or two.
3 or 4.
It looks like 5-6 seconds now between the leaders as they head down to Canada Corner.
And Tony Burgess tried to get out of the way there, but he wasn't in a position he was able to do so. But that certainly cost Guy a lot of ground. But these two cars, the Muscle Milk car, just gone out of the picture. Here comes Guy Smith. That cost him 4 or 5 seconds. They have been very, very closely matched, but this is now a race to the finish. This car, the G-Oil car for Dyson Racing, Guy Smith aboard a brand new sticker set of Dunlop tyres, the Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin scrubbed Michelin tyres.
In fairness, Klaus has been a little bit quicker than Lucas. Lucas wasn't able to pull away earlier on from Steve Kane in the 20 car.
The fastest laps respectively of those two cars in this race, just 0.2 of a second apart, so very little to choose. And the Dyson car seems to be getting a little bit better, I think, as the races come on.
It might just be that the track's rubbering in a bit, or maybe the ambient temperature dropping a little bit helps the turbo engine, of course. Maybe just producing the odd extra 1, 2 or 3 horsepower.
All these factors, you can see the sun is getting much lower in the sky, much longer shadows, certainly cooler than it was a little while ago.
Well, all of the run now from 2 down to 5 pretty much is in shadow, and that means the track temperature is going to drop like a stone.
And that does affect how the tyres react. Look at this. There's 63, that's the class leader in
and there's Butch.
LMP Challenge. Yeah, 2 cars behind him. The blue and black car is Butch Leitinger trying to track down Eric Lux, who's taken over the 63 Genoa racing car from Elton Julian during that round of pit stops. Look at this lot.
And Frankie Montecalvo's in there, the 3rd place car, but meantime the GT battle carries on with the Corvette, the Falcon Tyres Porsche and the BMW all together going round the TRG Porsche. That's a fabulous move there by the 17. Wolf Hensler goes through a space that simply did not exist. What did he do? Did he pull the lever and make the car 2 inches narrower than it should have been? Wolf Hensler has been absolutely on fire these last couple of races. As I said, he passed 12 cars under the most extreme wet conditions we've ever seen in the American Le Mans Series whilst we were racing. 12 cars in a single lap to get through to the lead at Mid-Ohio, a race that ultimately he won. And there, he's proved that a Porsche isn't actually as wide as we thought it was. I need to see that again because I actually don't understand the physics of how he did that.
It was fantastic, but we heard Brian Sellers say a little while ago, that victory at Mid-Ohio just gives them both drivers a little bit of extra edge of confidence, and that is what showed there. That was a really opportunistic pass by Wolf Hensler. Unfortunately, he was held up a little bit coming out of the carousel. Once again, that's just going to happen. You've got to live with that and get on with it and make the ground up again. But what fabulous battling this is.
And the Flying Lizard 45 there.
The fastest lap of the race by Guy Smith, let me tell you, as well.
Right, let's look at that little sequence again. Butch Leitinger going through. Look in the background. Here's that GT battle. And look, it's the 17 car that's the third of those GTs. Not even in the picture there. Touch between the Corvette and the BMW. BMW chooses the wrong side there and has to go the long way. BMW then just slips out on the curb, and I'm still not convinced there was actually the room for him to go through. I've seen it twice now, and I'm still not convinced that the physics of that actually work. And I'm pretty certain as well that in the 56 BMW, Dirk Muller doesn't know how it happened either.
I tell you what, though, my hat's off there to Spencer Pompelli there. That was great presence of mind for the TRG driver in that GT Challenge car. He saw what was going on all around him, and he just managed to give that Falcon Tires car enough room on the inside of turn 7. Brilliant driving.
55 in the GT category. Dirk Werner leads by something like 5 seconds now over Jamie Mello in second, and then another 3 seconds, another second back. 3 seconds back, sorry, I was right the first time. Jörg Bergmeister in the Flying Lizard 45. They've done great. They've just been hanging around, haven't they? They haven't really shown. I don't think they may have shown all their hand yet. They've just been there or thereabouts. They've stayed in the game to the the last half an hour of the race, and in these longer races, Jeremy, that's what you've got to do. Stay on the lead lap.
It's coming alive. It's coming alive at the front too. There goes Butch Leitinger, second place. Is he taking over the lead? Where's Eric Lux?
He's just gone through.
Has he? Okay,
that is Eric just ahead of him.
Fine, because they were very, very close. They came across the line.
No, he hasn't.
There is Eric Lux.
Oh,
That's
good
right.
spot, mate.
Yeah.
Good spot.
Yeah.
So Butch Leitinger in traffic has made the opportunity for himself, and he's taken the PC lead, and that's third place overall. That's a podium spot for...
How cool is that?
How long is it since Butch Leitinger stood on an overall podium? Since his Dyson days, probably.
Yeah. Great
Magic stuff from them.
And Guy Smith, I'd say, the fastest lap of the race last time around at 1:53.0. The gap is right down. It's back to nothing between the two leaders.
On board with the 45 Flying Lizard of Pat Long, and he is in third of Jörg Bergmeister, excuse me. He is in third position. Remember, we put Jörg in to finish the race. He's looking up the road, and 3 seconds ahead, that speck in the distance is Jamie Mello turning into turn number 1. As we continue to watch this, and look at how low the sun is now.
Coming down the hill, particularly into turn 3 there. Visibility very, very different indeed. We got battles all the way through this field. Wherever you look, there's action going on, but you can see perfect weather conditions now. This is just a fascinating, 31 minutes to go in this race, and there's a lot of action to come.
And unusually for this battle in GT, Pat finds himself in elegant isolation. There's the lead! Look at that, it's really closed down. And Guy Smith, fresh tyres, brand new tyres. And Guy's brought them in nicely. And now, hang on a second. Deja vu, because here is Klaus Graf, last year leading in the Porsche Spider, getting chased down by Johnny Cocker, young English Charger, and getting past 2 laps from the end with a car that was stuttering as it was running out of fuel. This year, in a completely different car but wearing the same colours, getting chased by a young British Charger, and this time he's going to have to defend for half an hour, not just for a couple of corners. Right, get back on the edges of those seats again, get back down to the edge of the racetrack if you're here, and check out what's going on at the head of the field as the battle is absolutely raging. Remember, we've only been racing for 3.5 hours, and the gap at the front of the field is less than half a second. Meantime, in GT, the 55 BMW leads from the 62 Ferrari. Werner, Mello and Pat Long in third position, and he is just closing down slightly on the cars ahead of him. If you look up the road, you should still just be able to see the red Ferrari of Jamie Mello. Jan Magnussen is right on the tail of Jörg Bergmeister. Sorry, it's not Pat Long, it's Jörg Bergmeister. Sorry, when I look at one of the timing monitors, it's Bergmeister, and Magnussen is right behind Bergmeister now as they cross the line and go down into turn 1. I'm waiting to see the bright yellow nose of Jan Magnussen's Corvette poke down the inside. He hasn't done it at turn number 1. Will he do it at turn number 2? Meantime, a new leader. We spoke about this. Sean Edwards leading the GTC category, and this is just reward for a lap record that he hasn't been given. because of the fact that one of his teammates didn't drive the car. Sean Edwards doing a great job for this new team, or newish team, to the American Le Mans Series.
Just their second start in the American Le Mans Series. They've been regulars in the GT3 Cup Series over the last couple of years. They won the championship with Enrique Cisneros last year, and Cisneros and Carlos Carpenter and Sean Edwards a fabulous job.
And he's got a big lead there as well, Jeremy.
Oh, yes.
What a great story this number 30 NGT Motorsports team is. But I just checked in with the team. I said, are you guys good on fuel to the end of the race? Ramez, the team owner, he said, can I be honest? Right now, we're not in the points chase, so we're going to take a gamble. If we get another yellow flag, we'll be okay. Right now, though, they're not sure.
Well, he's got a big gap, actually. 5 seconds at the moment, so he can't pace himself. It is in, come on, in GTC, half a second would be decent at the moment. I mean, he can pace himself a little bit. What he's got to be careful is if he does get somebody within striking distance when leaders come by or faster cars.
And here is the second place car, yeah. That is the second, and is it third place car? No, it's not. So that's the second place car. That is Spencer Pumpelly there for the Racers Group TRG. This Porsche here, the blue and black and red car, that is second in the class in GT Challenge. About 5 seconds behind, about 6 seconds behind him is Gerard Blakemolen for Black Swan Racing. In the car number 54, they are third in GT Challenge.
Yeah, the 34 car, the Black Swan Green Hornet car, dropped a little bit of time when Jaap van Lagen charging was up to third, just in the fastest lap of the race. Now, this is a replay of earlier on when we had this unbelievable move, and I've asked if we can see this again, because I'm still... right, that's 3 times that I've seen it now, and still 3 times. I don't know how Wolf Hensler managed to thread the needle between Spencer Pumpelly and Dirk Werner. Let's have a look at it in slow motion. The Corvette gets through round the outside Dirk Werner. There's just enough room to go. And do you know what? There's no paint traded there at all, Jeremy, as Wolf went through, clean as a whistle. But as you said, Spencer Pumpelly in the TRG Challenge car just stayed half a car's width to the left, and I think Spencer needs a real pat on the back by Wolf there, because staying just that slight bit across to the left there as they went up to turn number 8 actually made that pass work.
And here is our new GT leader. Jaime Mello has been absolutely flying still, and he has set the fastest lap in the class. That was a 2 minutes 6.284 last time around, as he has passed Dirk Werner in the BMW for the first place in GT.
My goodness me, that has been a stint and a bit for Jamie Mello as he comes up onto one of the ESM Ferraris, and that is not in the hunt at the moment. It's Scott Sharp, I think, in the 01 car, and he's put something like 2 or 3 seconds on Dirk Werner. But as I said to you before, you know, they're not battling with Ferrari, really, are they?
No.
So, smart move. If there's anything that is even marginal, then there's no need for them to fight it. Let's go down to the Rahal Letterman Lanigan pits.
The number 55 did not come in on that last full course caution, but they did come in just before that. So the number 55 came in, took left side tires and fuel, so they are good to the end of the race. It was 7 laps, so there's no question for BMW.
Now there is our new leader going past the other Ferrari, the ESM car. Make it easy for him there going into turn 1, although he's not really in the shout. And Dirk Werner might, you know, I just think that they're thinking a bigger picture in the RLL. Might just be thinking further down the line. There is the 56 car, and those cars are all in a fight for position. As you see those cars, that's the top 5. In fact, that's the top 6 now, with Wolf Hensler still chasing them down. So from Jamie Mello, Dirk Werner, Jörg Bergmeister, Jan Magnussen, Dirk Muller and Wolf Hensler. And there is a roll of honour, by the way, in GT racing in, respectively, Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, Corvette, BMW and Porsche. And there is a roll of honour in GT racing. They are within sight of each other and are less than are just on 9 seconds between the top 5, and we have had something over 3.5 hours of racing. Now, not all of them look pristine at this point, Jeremy. There's a few rubs and a few dings, but I just wonder if there might be another chapter to write in this GT battle yet.
Yeah, you know, but Mello here is turning a stunning pace, and since he took over from Tony Vielander, he's really found another gear almost in that Ferrari, and it's absolutely flying. Risi Competizione, they've had no luck at all, it seems, this season, but it's, you know, everything seems to be coming their way this afternoon. Will it continue? I don't know, but they're still looking for their first win of the season. They've had a second, a couple of thirds this season in ALMS competition, but that first win of the season for Risi Competizione, so far elusive. And what, we've got 23 minutes to go.
That is amazing, and don't forget that they have had some problems with the clutch on that car. The American Le Mans Series at Road America on ESPN3.com with just over 23 minutes still to go, and this is a fantastic race still to play out here as we watch Jörg Bergmeister heading in to turn number 1. And in third place, so there is Jan Magnussen. Corvette is celebrating the 100th anniversary this weekend at Road America with a Corvette World Tribute. Road America, of course, was the early proving ground for the Corvette program. Thousands of Corvettes here across the weekend from all generations.
Listen. Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit. 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 Hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving. And that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
A car designed with a singular purpose. Yet somehow, it manages to be so much more. Porsche, engineered for magic every day.
The American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron, the fusion of man, mind, and machine in the ultimate test, where the fight for first is around every corner and in the mind of every driver. It's 100% adrenaline. Rip, rock, tear, and burn. But there's only one winner and only one place in North America to see the thrill of Le Mans. The American Le Mans Series, coming at you this summer on ABC, ESPN2, and ESPN3.com.
We're moving into the final moments. But you know, so much can happen in a few final moments of this race. Don't take your eyes off this at all on ESPN3.com, Motors TV in Europe and Rogers Sportsnet 1 in Canada. And hello to our listeners at WVIE in 1370 in Baltimore as well. I hope you've enjoyed this because we're bringing this to the centre of Baltimore fairly shortly. And with just on the 20-minute mark to go, we're still watching battles all over the field. At the front of the field, there's less than 3.5 seconds between Klaus Graf and Guy Smith in GT. We've been watching this all day. Jamie Mello leads by about 4 seconds, but then everyone else is second, third, fourth and fifth. Dirk Werner, Jörg Bergmeister, Jan Magnussen, Dirk Muller we're on board with at the moment down in fifth position. He's only 8 seconds away from the lead, and then Wolf Hensler is closing in on him in the 17 Falcon Tyres car as well. He's only another 6 or 7 seconds further back, and it may look like these gaps aren't really changing and that these guys are just following each other around. But Jeremy Shaw, we can tell you, they are on the ragged edge at every point of the circuit now.
Yeah, aren't they just? And interesting that Klaus Graf, he certainly responded at the front of the field, able to get that margin out again. But then last time around, Guy Smith did actually eke a little bit closer. So the gap at the front is ebbing back and forth a little bit, as it is in GT. And in LMP Challenge, well, Butch Leitzinger pulled out a little bit of a margin, but look at his battling here, the Corvette and the BMW side by side down toward turn 1.
And he's got position down there. Oh, he hasn't! Last of the late breakers, tremendous stuff as the Beamer just manages to roll off the brakes going into turn number 1.
Nice pass, babe.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff as the 56 goes, and that's a brilliant piece of driving.
Yeah.
And that has championship implications, and that means that both BMWs ahead of both Corvettes now. That really, really makes a big difference, Jeremy.
It does indeed. It also makes a difference in the Tyre Manufacturers Championship in GT, because coming into this weekend, Dunlop headed Michelin by only 5 points. If the situation stays as it is right now, Michelin will gain the lead in the GT Tyre Championship for the first time this season.
Wow. I've got to say that Dirk Muller made that look relatively easy on a man who is known for his late braking abilities, Jan Magnussen. And Muller did it the long way around into turn number 1. And the BMW's famed handling certainly working into his hands there. Didn't seem to have much in hand down the straights. One of the competitors.
We saw earlier on that the BMW certainly had a little bit of legs on the Ferrari going down that straight, and the Ferrari guys they've been telling us that all along. They're not quite got the straight line speed that they want, but they do have good consistency. They have a little bit better fuel consumption now. They've worked on that direct injection engine on that Ferrari, and that's gotten better than it was at the beginning of the season.
Jamie Mello leads by 4 seconds from Dirk Werner. In the next 4 seconds, you've got the next 5 cars pretty much. Certainly the next 4 cars, Dirk Werner, Bergmeister, Magnussen and Dirk Muller. Muller currently 5th, but is only 4 seconds away from 2nd place and his teammate. And his next target is going to be Jörg Bergmeister in the red and silver Porsche. Oh, now, who is that heading into the pits? Was that the BMW? No, it's not. Surely.
Let's go get that Porsche.
Well, that is the instruction to the 56 car.
Might have been Guy Cosmo.
It was Guy Cosmo. It was Guy Cosmo, who's out of position and down in 10th position in GT. Laps down. Just was cycling around the circuit in the 02 ESM car ahead of the Jörg Bergmeister Flying Lizard.
Sorry, the wow was looking at the lap times at the front of the field. Yeah. Guy Smith just had a 152.5. That's by far the fastest lap of the race. Guy is absolutely flying.
That's not over at the head of the place. So we'll stay on board and watch this battle with the 56 BMW and the 45 Flying Lizard as they head under the Corvette bridge. And I've got to say that Dirk Muller, having been told, let's go and get that Porsche, he's doing exactly what Bobby Rahal told him to do. Let's just revel in the sound of this motor for a moment as they head through the left-hander under the Johnsonville Bridge and into the carousel. Have a listen to this. Picks up the throttle nice and early. Now to the kink. Is he flat? Here he comes. Yeah, there's a little lift off there. There was a little wobble from the Porsche ahead of him as they're flat now down towards Canada Corner. I think he's gaining on Bergmeister, but catching him is one thing, and as Murray Walker always used to say, God bless you, Murray, catching is one thing, but getting past is another. But I think the Beamer I think Dirk has a slightly better car underneath him at the moment, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it all afternoon, really, that the Porsche guys, the Flying Lizard guys, they've got a new rear Michelin tyre on that car this weekend. They haven't been entirely happy with it. Having said that, they've obviously made great strides in the race because that car, the number 45 with Patrick Long and Jörg Bergmeister, has been fantastic. But look now at the straight line speed of the BMW.
And Jörg had to go defensive very, very early. At the tap of the brakes there, he wasn't brake testing him. What he was doing there was making sure that the brake pads were on the rotor, on the brake disc, because he'd run out wide on the final corner, down into turn 2, and now Bergmeister knows he's got a battle on his hand, Jeremy, and he's adapting his driving style as there's a big plume of dust ahead of him. But Bergmeister now he's got that real problem because he's having to drive with one eye on what's going on behind him.
Yeah, he is. This is great competition here between two very experienced drivers, both German drivers incidentally, but it is Jörg Bergmeister, German cars as well, of course. Jörg Bergmeister in the Porsche and Dirk Müller in the BMW, but what a battle this is. And yeah, ahead of them by about nearly 3 seconds is Dirk Werner in the other BMW, and then Jaime Mello, he continues to turn some stunning laps at the front of the field, another 2 minutes 6.4. So that Ferrari out in front is the fastest car on the track, but this is where the action is, this battle for 3rd and 4th in GT.
Listen to Dirk Müller pick up that throttle again so early as he comes through the carousel. That car is working. Look behind them though, Jeremy, because Jan Magnussen, who we saw that pass made on, has not dropped that far away from this battle. And of course at the moment Dirk Müller is not at optimum lap speed because he's been slightly held up, and in fact you can see the cars ahead of him as well. Everyone is charging at this point. Everyone will be, I'm sure everyone will be good for fuel.
Oh, yeah.
The cars are getting lighter. So as the BMW continues to fight for another position, let's go into their pits.
Joey Hand, your co-driver Dirk Müller, having a stellar drive right now, picking off car after car. What's he saying on the radio to the team?
He's not saying anything. He's just doing his job. You know, that's. I think he's in his zone. Bob's telling him to focus forward. You know, he's got to run on the 45 car right now. We're in a good battle. I mean, there's championship points here. You know, we're not really backing off. This car is good. This team's done a great job. Dunlop tires are hanging on. This is Road America for you. I think it's been a great day of racing. I know I had some great battling out there and I had a good time. You know, this team has done a great job in the pit stops. I mean, we've leapfrogged cars every time we've been in the box, and you know, just a great team effort here. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens. Again, Road America's been good to us so far.
Dirk Müller hard at work right now, looking for the team's 3rd consecutive Road America win.
And he may not get the win, but he's looking for a podium spot here on the back end of Jörg Bergmeister, who is doing his absolute utmost to keep him behind. And at the moment, I can't see him. Now, he's left the door open on the inside here. No, can't do it there as they head on to Hurry Downs. At the moment, I'm quite happy with what's going on between these two. Jörg is making his defensive moves very, very early, and he's making the BMW driver, Dirk Müller, behind him. He's forcing him to go the long way around as they come to corners. Now, at the moment, I don't see any problem with that. If the BMW gets a little bit closer and the moves become reactive from Jörg, then the stewards will take a very different view of it, I'm sure. But at the moment, through the kink, both of the cars following the racing line and coming down the Canada corner, Jörg will just move over to driver's right and make it impossible for the BMW to dive down the inside. Dirk shows him the nose as Jörg went a little more in the middle of the road there, maybe feeling a little more confident. Coming through the Bill Mitchell turn. There's a rather heavy helicopter goes across top of us. Sound like that might have been a twin rotor. Into the final corner again and up the hill. Now watch here from Dirk Müller's car. Jörg Bergmeister will go to the right of the track even before the start-finish line. He's in the middle of the track now, and he will go further towards pit wall to force the BMW the long way.
Talk about the twin rotor helicopter. I think Jörg Bergmeister must think that Dirk Müller has a twin turbo BMW. There's a speed he carries on that front straight, and this time he's able to cut in front and grasp that 3rd position in class.
That was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and fair driving from both of those guys. Bergmeister did exactly the right thing, got across to the right-hand side early, but just couldn't hold back that steam train of a BMW. He's going to have to watch behind him because Jan Magnussen is not that far away. So a new 3rd place GT car, and it's a BMW. Jaime Mello leads by just on 5 seconds, a little bit more than that, from Werner in 2nd place. And then it's Müller in 3rd and Bergmeister in 4th. And for the first time for a little while, Jeremy, Jamie Mello had time taken out of him that time by Dirk Werner. Is there a sting in the tail with 10 minutes left to go?
Well, you never know, do you? But certainly Jamie Mello has been incredibly consistent at the wheel of that Ferrari, turning very, very fast laps. Last time, as you say, it was a 2 minutes 8.7. That's a good bit slower than he's done so far. I just fancy he must have come across maybe a slower car, or somebody passed him in an inopportune place and cost him a little bit of time. But he's still got a pretty handy buffer, just does Mello in that Ferrari. Also, a bit of a buffer now is Klaus Graf, because Guy Smith, his last couple of laps, he's lost a bit of ground. He's lost about 6 seconds at the front of the field, so you're not missing anything there. The gap had closed right down, but now Klaus Graf has extended that margin again. And maybe as Guy Smith, has he used the best of those Dunlop tyres perhaps in that Gio or Lola Mazda?
Or has he pushed too hard on his fuel? Because that's the other thing. We knew they were close. We thought they looked okay, but remember, the Dyson cars did come into pit lane for fuel at the start of the race before the number 6 Muscle Milk Aston Martin Racing Lola. So that may yet be an issue at the end of this race. We saw Muscle Milk pipped to the checkered flag last year by Johnny Cocker and Paul Lord-Drayson, literally on the final 2 corners of the race. It's Bergmeister just getting a second wind here. He's pushing hard through turn 1, drops to the left-hand side. 2 Michelins off onto the dirt. There's Jan Magnussen, who's turning very similar times, indeed about half a second quicker than the Porsche last time around. GTC, very tight indeed for the lead as the Racers Group car has caught Sean Edwards, and Spencer Pumpelly is on a real mission to make it another victory for the 66.
3 in a row is what Spencer Pumpelly and Duncan Ender are after in that TRG car. That is Sean Edwards. He leads the way there in car number 30, but Pumpelly has really closed that margin down over the last few laps. We heard the team manager say that number 30 car was pretty close on fuel. So is Sean Edwards just trying to nurse it to the end and just go as fast as he needs to try and get to the end without using all of his fuel?
It's brave, isn't it, if he's doing that. Just behind them, Jaap van Lagen in the bright green Hornets car. He is not in that fight. He's down in 5th position and a couple of laps down, but just behind him is Jerome Blakemolen. Now he is in that fight. He is in 3rd position overall, and of course his team leader Tim Pappas is leading the Drivers' Championship at the moment. And I'm just wondering if Van Lagen is just dragging Jerome Blakemolen even closer, and Blakemolen's getting a bit of a tow from him, because he seems to be closing down. Yes, there he is. Just at the back of those 4 GTC Porsches. We're going to have 3 cars battling for the GTC lead in about a lap or so.
That's right, that car there, the Green Hornet car, that is several laps off the pace, but these 2 are out in front. They are battling for the lead in GT Challenge. And that white, green and black car, Jerome Blakemolen, the 2-time Porsche Super Cup champion, is trying to close in, and he's trying to get another victory for that team. He had a stellar season last year for Black Swan Racing. He and Tim Pappas won the championship in GT Challenge, and they haven't given up yet this year either.
And Blakemolen is a full second a lap quicker than these 2 cars ahead of him. In fact, Jaap van Lagen's pretty much a second, 8 or 9 tenths. So Blakemolen needs to get by Van Lagen. Oh, brilliant stuff by Jaap. That is classy. They are teammates effectively as buddies. Sean heads up driving there, allowed Blakemolen to go through.
Yep, and they're both driving for Black Swan Racing. You're right, the Green Hornet car is run by Black Swan Racing now, and it's actually Jaap van Lagen who has set the fastest lap in GT Challenge in this race. So heads up there, get out of the way, let Jerome Blakemolen see if he can track down these 2 leaders. What a battle we have here in GT Challenge.
And at the head of the field, Guy Smith has been putting very quick laps in again, and he's closed it back to Klaus Graf down to 1.2 seconds. We'll check in with that in a little while as we go back to the GT second place car. 4 seconds away up the road is a little red speck, and that is Jamie Mello. Dirk Werner, and you can tell that's a BMW engine by the screaming V8. Now, every race on the American Le Mans Series, the whole team, the whole broadcast team at ESPN3.com vote for our Michelin Pilot Supersport move of the race, and it was a unanimous decision this week, and for the 3rd time it goes to the 17 Porsche, and Wolf Hensler we've all looked at this. We've had the set squares out. We've checked the gap. And we're absolutely certain there wasn't a Porsche's width between those cars, but somehow Wolf Hensler suspends time, space and distance and makes the Michelin Pilot Sport move off the race.
Fantastic. Every time I see that, I think, you've got to be kidding. There's no way he got it through that gap.
You're waiting for the accident, aren't you?
Well, that's right. But as I say, kudos there to Spencer Pumpelly on the outside line there for TRG. The car we're looking at right now in the foreground of this picture, leading GT Challenge, or second place, I should say, in GT Challenge. And look how Broeker-Mollен has closed in on him. So these three cars here is virtually nose to tail now for the lead in GT Challenge. But it was Spencer Pumpelly that made that move possible for Wolf Hensler by just giving him a Porsche car width on the inside going into turn 7. Yeah, here we go.
Now, I promised you a look at the front of the field, and we deliver on our promises here on ESPN3.com, because Guy Smith has caught Klaus Graf. There's been a couple of laps of tyre cooling from Smith, and he's charged on again to the back end of that Aston Martin, and traffic now. Not sure whose friend it is at the moment, but Guy Smith is trying to make the best of it, and he's not letting Klaus Graf get away. It was 2.5 tenths at the line.
Yeah, the lap times have been up and down a bit for Guy Smith. He hasn't been as consistent as Klaus Graf. But they are both pushing absolutely to the limit.
And Klaus Graf, remember, put scrubbed tyres on the... Look at that. He's going to start biting his fingernails any second now. Lucas Luhr, yeah. Remember, the difference at the last pit stop was that Guy Smith, who makes the pass on the grass to get through and stay on the tail of the leader. Guy Smith clearly put mud and snow tyres on when he was in for his last stop. No, he put sticker tyres on. Graf put slightly scrubbed Michelins. This is a battle between Aston Martin power and Mazda power, between Michelin and Dunlop, and into the kink. Surely Guy Smith is not going to try it there. Lucas Luhr thinks he can't do that, and surely he doesn't. He pulls out of it, but Guy Smith has got very, very feisty. He sniffs blood here at the head of the field. I was just going to say, watch the rear end of the Aston Martin when it's turning in. I think Klaus Graf's got handfuls of oversteer that he doesn't need right now, because he can't get the power on out of the corners as early as he has been doing all race.
Well, we'll see now coming in at turn 14. We've got just over 2 minutes to go. I think we're going to get 2 more laps in. I think they're going to come across the lap here. I don't think they're going to get the white flag this time around. No, they're not. That's what Lucas, I think, perhaps is looking for.
He's looking for the white flag.
No, it isn't. So it'll be 2 more laps to go for our race leaders. Here they are. Coming into turn 1, and again, that good straight line speed there for that Muscle Milk Lola Aston Martin.
And here's the other side of that story. That's the Dyson guys, and the BMW second place in GT unwittingly helps the Mazda there a little bit, as the leader Klaus Graf just had to lift off now. Guy Smith in the big hole in the air that the Muscle Milk Aston Martin racing car. Turn 5 is a passing opportunity, Jeremy, but you've got to be very brave coming down from over 180 miles an hour. Graf goes defensive. He's in the middle of the road. Guy Smith is not there. He won't try a move here, but there's definitely some handling issues for that leading car now.
Well, interesting. The level of downforce here could be crucial towards the end of this race. The Aston Martin, they started off the weekend with a pretty low downforce level. They're doing 183 miles an hour on the front straightaway. They tuned in a little more downforce, just giving a bit more grip through the corners. That takes away a bit of straight line speed, about 6 miles an hour to be precise. But even now, the Lola Aston Martin seems to have the legs on the straightaway of that Lola Mazda. Not by much, but it does seem to be a little bit faster.
Here's the chance. Here's the chance for Guy Smith as the GT car's ahead, and that's the GT leader. He's getting in the way. They both had to get out of the throttle, and Guy's down the inside. There's still more traffic, and Guy gets a great run. The GTC class leaders now become part of the equation, and Guy again has to swoop across left to right down into Canada corner for the penultimate time. It will be the white flag next time around. There's another 4 miles and 2 corners to go after this.
Boy, that slide that Guy Smith had, they're trying to get the power on coming through the kick. They both had to lift through there, and Guy had a huge wobble in that number 16 car on the exit of that corner. Now, what about the run onto the front straight away?
I think Guy's got a pretty good run onto the front stretch here, as they're all on their feet. We're on our feet in the commentary booth. Lucas Luhr can't watch. The Dyson boys are cheering their man on. One finger in the air, and Dennis Paul tells them there's 4.049 miles to go around Road America. And Guy Smith, this is the place where we know this car is strong. We've seen 2 passes down the hill already today on restarts, but Guy Smith can't get into position going into turn 2.
This is exactly the situation competition we saw 1 year ago. The Muscle Milk team just ahead of Dyson Racing. This time, however, we're pretty sure they both have enough fuel.
Oh, a coffer splutter now would be disastrous for either of them. Turn 5 and
here.
Again.
He's got a draft. Is he going to look to the outside? No, Klaus Graf really late on the brakes there, downhill into turn 5.
That was outstanding stuff from Klaus Graf. He didn't even defend that. He just went super late on the middle pedal. And Guy Smith now, I think his next best chance is going to be in the Canada corner, and I think that's his last chance. He's got to now just set himself up. In the meantime, Klaus Graf is driving. Oh my, look at GTC. There goes the Blinkermolen car. That's a new second place there if he can make that stick. Pumpelly moves from second to third, and that means Black Swan goes up into second place. Sean Edwards still leading in the black and red car as the BMW GT car's trying to get involved there. And look at this. Here's the leaders through the kink. And again, Smith gets a good run, almost too good a run. May have had to just lift out slightly. He's not there. He's not going to make it. It can only be traffic. And the 40 Robertson racing car is ahead of them. Will that be a factor? Oh, and Sean Edwards has been called for blocking at the end of the race. What a disaster for them. They have had no luck with the officials this weekend. Guy Smith's going to try and do the underneath manoeuvre through the final corner. There is traffic ahead. It is a long run to the pits. Oh, and Klaus Graf's got to be careful. He can't make another move. And look at this, nose to tail. They're tied together. It looks like the Aston Martin is towing
guys are
this
racing
car.
each other, so be careful.
Oh, that's magnificent stuff.
Oh, wow.
And Sean Edwards won't serve the penalty. He's just run out of fuel 2 laps from the end. He's done a muscle milk from last year.
Tyre.
In fact, he's got a right rear puncture. Somebody's run into him. That's what's happened. Oh, what an up and down race for them. So Black Swan will win. Black Swan will win GT. Jamie Mellow's already gone through to win GT for Reese, and Dirk Werner and Dirk Muller will come through. And I think the Reese car might be short on fuel as well. He's gone berserk in the Reese cockpit. Is Jamie Mellow. 1/10 of a second, 1/10 of a second between Klaus Graf and Guy Smith after 4 hours plus of racing. Don't ever tell me that endurance racing is not exciting.
Can changing your motor oil really change the world? Yep. Because this is not just another crude oil. This is new G Oil. Ultimate biodegradable high-performance oil. Made right here on our soil from renewable bio-based sources. So it's time to make the change official. Because if G can race in the American Le Mans Series, you can bet the Redwoods your car can run on it too. New G Oil, only from Green Earth Technologies. Get more at getg.com.
There once was a hungry road that wouldn't let drivers get very far. It wore out their tires, forcing them to buy new ones time and time again. Then along came the Michelin man who proved the right tire changes everything. With long-lasting tires in place, those drivers were back on the road to saving money. Michelin Hydro Edge tires last up to 33,000 miles longer than a leading competitor. Michelin, a better way forward.
When you think about it, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Hundreds of hours to shave fractions of a second. Hundreds of hours in precision engineering. Analyzing. Perfecting. Pushing the limits of speed and safety. Patron Racing reminds you, when getting behind the wheel, know your limits. We do.
Registering a website address has never been easier or cheaper because now there's Name Silo. Everybody needs a website address. Register your business name and get instant credibility. Got a hot new idea for a product or service? Register it immediately and protect your name and your children's names before somebody else owns them online. With the lowest everyday prices on the web, getting your website address is just a few simple clicks away. Name Silo. Cheap, easy, and secure. Register or transfer a website address and get your name on an ALMS race car.
Well, we've taken a big breath and thrown some cold water over ourselves after not one, not two, but three pretty much photo finishes for the lead or major places in 3 of the 5 classes here. Jamie Mello is still celebrating the first victory of the season for Risi Competizione. in the 4.58. He had problems with the door. His teammate Vilander had problems with the door earlier on, and he looks like he wants to get out halfway around the lap. He wants to celebrate so early. The margin of victory between Guy Smith and Lucas Lowe, 0.112 of a second. And let's just remind ourselves how Guy Smith kept himself in the hunt of what was going on at the front of the field, as he was, you don't know who to will. Watch Guy Smith on the right-hand side. He's so far off that he's actually partially off camera, as he was 2 full Dunlops on the track going down the hill at the bottom of Hurry Downs into that left-hander, completely on the wrong line, and still manages to get the power on early.
The good news is it was a left-hander at the bottom of the hill.
Watch from Patrick, from Bergmeister. There goes the leader. That's normal. No, on the left-hand side, not normal at all at that point. He seemed to be... I did think he might get a little bit closer into Canada Corner the last time around, but it wasn't to be. Big sigh of relief for everyone on the Muscle Milk Aston Martin wall. And that is a victory well earned as we go down to the winners of the race.
You can imagine the celebration down here at the Muscle Milk Aston Martin as Lucas Lowe and Klaus Graf giving each other a great big hug. But one of the first things Klaus did was go over and sort of pat Guy Smith on the back. And what an unbelievable battle it was there at the end. Klaus, how did you manage to hold him off?
It was probably one of the hardest races, if not the hardest races I've ever done. I mean, they told me keep pushing and save fuel, so it's kind of a hard combination. So I had to give it all I had and had to drive really defensive at the end. I mean, Guy was very fair. I really appreciate that, and it was an awesome race, I think, for the fans out here. What a race over 4 hours, and he comes so close. So unbelievable for the Muscle Milk car and the Aston Martin here. Very great day.
Was this reminiscent at all of last year, because you got passed on the last lap and you certainly had your hands full today?
Absolutely, very rewarding after last year. Came so close last year, and actually I thought about it, and I thought I don't want to give this one up. So. And we were so tight on fuel again. I don't know what it is around this place here with the fuel, but it keeps to become a pattern. So really rewarding day, very, very happy.
Spectacular finish, congratulations.
Thanks.
And absolutely the right comments from him towards this man, Guy Smith, 2003 Le Mans winner with Bentley, and so close to a win here at Road America this weekend.
Guy Smith, as soon as you got out of the car, you said that was a crazy race. How hard were you pushing in those closing laps?
I mean, really at the end there, I mean, Klaus was driving a great race, and I mean, I just basically it was just qualifying in a bit more. I mean, I was just taking stupid risks, just trying to catch him, and I could catch him, but you know, he drove such a great race and didn't make any mistakes, and was excellent in traffic. So I think maybe another 5 or 6 laps, I may have got a break, but he drove a great race, and I think second here for the GL Mazda team is a great result. This is probably a circuit that doesn't really suit us, so second is a good position for us.
As we move forward to the rest of the season now, you guys are still leading the championship points, so how do you carry this momentum forward?
Well, we just keep trying to do each weekend. We keep trying to win the races. You know, we've had a good qualifying car. We've missed out slightly in the races, and you know, the Muscle Milk team, you know, have got a great pair of drivers and a great team. So they make it difficult. But we'll go out to Baltimore. It's a circuit that should suit the little Mazda a little bit better, and hopefully we can go out there and try and take a win from them.
Congratulations on a well-earned podium.
And as we look at the results, just to underline what Guy was saying, his fastest race lap was pretty much half a tenth away from the qualifying time that Chris Dyson did in that car.
After a whole stint at the wheel of the car, just a magnificent effort by Guy Smith. And the reason it was so close on fuel for Muscle Milk Racing is because the white flag, they were within about 10 seconds of being able to get across there without doing that extra lap.
In GT, well, the first win of the season for Risi Competizione, and that'll be a sigh of relief for Giuseppe Risi and for Dave Sims as well. BMW, after a real hard race for BMW, come through second and third, but when they need to deliver, when the top brass are there from Ferrari, Risi have come through.
It's the first win of the season for Risi, the first win here in the American Le Mans Series for the Ferrari 458. Jamie Mello, as your team manager, David Sims just pointed out, not bad for not having a clutch. How tough was that race?
Yeah, we actually had the clutch problem mid to the end of the race, and
It was pretty hard to keep the pace on this condition, but anyway, the team did a great job. I think the crew, they are just fantastic. And first victory for Ferrari, the new model 458. I'm really happy. Well done for my teammate Tony and Rizzi, Ferrari, Michelin, everybody. We did a very good job. We had many problems at the beginning of the year, and we were waiting for this win. So I think it's not going to be the last one. It's just the beginning of the many wins, I think.
50th start for you, and you do it with the head of Ferrari here to watch it. How special is it to get it done on this day? 18th win also for you.
Yeah, like I said, it's not easy. We are racing against very tough guys and very tough manufacturing. Everybody wants to win, and we did it. So I think Road America, it's not one of the track we really Ferrari really likes, but we showed this year that we can be really competitive. So thank you one more time, and I'm really happy, really happy. Fantastic.
Congratulations.
Tony Vilander joining his teammates in the celebrations there. Let's just underline that, 50 starts. First win for Vilander, of course, 50 starts for Jamie Mello, and 18 victories in a class that is as competitive as GT. There's the confirmed winners. We'll be back to talk to the ones that we haven't spoken to in just a few moments when we return to Road America.
Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit, 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 Hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving. And that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
So.
Designed with a singular purpose. Yet somehow, it manages to be so much more. Porsche, engineered for magic every day.
The American Le Mans Series, presented by Tequila Patron, the fusion of man, mind, and machine in the ultimate test, where the fight for first is around every corner and in the mind of every driver. Each 100% adrenaline. Rip, rock, tear, and burn. But there's only one winner and only one place in North America to see the thrill of Le Mans. The American Le Mans Series, coming at you this summer on ABC, ESPN2, and ESPN3.com.
So, LMPC final results sees another first-time winner, PR1 Matheson Motorsports. Butch Leitzinger, welcome back to the championship, and he stands on the overall podium as well as on the top step of the LMPC one as well.
Butch Leitzinger returning to the series action, but this time in an LMPC car for the first time. You started on pole, and now you're coming home in victory lane. How surprised are you with these results?
I'm floored, really. It shows you what a good team PR1 has here, that they could take a novice in and make him win the first time out. And Rudy here has been great. He's been fast all weekend, and he's taught me a lot of things about the car. So it's been a great experience.
How much of a team effort is it racing in LMPC because the competition is so close?
Well, yeah, because there's so few things that you can do to the car, it becomes much more important, every little bit of the cohesiveness of the team, how everyone reacts to each other, the setup of the car and the pit stops and, every part of the team. And this is a really good, close-knit bunch, and I think that they really need to do a full-time job because they'd be winning championships.
Smile on your face says it all. Congratulations.
Brilliant stuff, and ably backed up by his teammate Rudy Junko, who gives some a little bit of A handshake there. And there are the standings. Gunnar Jeanette and Ricardo Gonzalez still leading, but that margin of the lead is being closed down by Eric Lux, with Frankie Montecalvo and John Bennett just 19 back in third position. Rudy Jungo, we see on the bottom end of that table, moves himself up into 7th position ahead of John Fields. And GTC, well, that was hardly any action at all, was it? With positions changing right to the last minute, people rolling the dice. You might notice that the 30 car has been pushed down because they got a 30-second penalty for blocking. There wasn't time for him to come in and do his drive-through. So it's Bleekemolen and Pappas who win again for Black Swan Racing.
It was a great GTC race for the entire 4 hours, but on the last lap, it came down to the 54 who made up 2 places in 1 lap. Jerome Bleekemolen was behind the wheel. Take us through it.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I was catching them the whole time, but we were not so much difference in speed. And then on the last lap, I got a run on Spencer, who was blocked by the 30. And then I could overtake Sean in the 30, 2 corners before the end. And then he hit me, so I got a puncture, but still could bring it home. So that was really close.
Your partner here, Tim Pappas, has the championship lead. How much pressure do you feel to help him maintain that?
Well, I mean, we're very fast, and the guys do a really good job in pit stop, so we have a good chance to win more races and take the championship again. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. We're doing really well, so hopefully we can keep up.
All right, congratulations to you both.
Here's the GTC points with Tim Pappas now 10 ahead of Duncan Ender and Spencer Pumpelly for TRG, with Dejan von Moltke a little further back. And for those of you who think that perhaps we spend a little bit too much time on the GTC, well, 3 out of the last 4 races have been decided in last lap passes. Let's head down to Jamie, who has our LMP2 winners.
Yes, Luis Diaz finishing at the top step of the podium, only car in LMP2 this season, but you were pushing hard out there. How tough is it to stay motivated?
Yeah, I mean, we were pushing 100%. I mean, we wanted to be on the podium, and overall, I think Scott Tucker did a great job. His first stand, then Christophe Bochut drove great, and we were pushing hard, but unfortunately we have a penalty there, caused us maybe to be in the overall podium, but I think that the level 5 team did a great job, and very happy.
Congratulations.
Good to see Luis Diaz back in the championship. And let's have a look at the championship standings for LMP1. Guy Smith and Chris Dyson only 19 ahead of Lucas Law and Klaus Graf now, with Stephen Kane and Hamid Al Masood in 3rd position. That championship still wide open with that kind of gap. That will go to Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta at the end of the season, as I'm sure will the GT standings. The Corvette guys looked in good position here today, but eventually the BMWs pull through, and Dirk Muller and Joey Hand leave here still as points leaders. The Green X Challenge runs alongside all of our individual classifications here, and in the prototypes, Muscle Milk, well, they had a good lead throughout the race, and they were clean, fast and efficient enough to take the prototype championship win on this particular race weekend. In GT, things, when we looked at them halfway through the race, was very close, and it got even closer towards the end. Risi Competizione missing out by just 0.3 of a point, so BMW Team RLL take another one, and that looks like they're looking very good for that automatic entry to Le Mans in 2012. We'll tell you all about that at Petit Le Mans. Next up for us, we're on the streets at the Inner Harbour of Baltimore, Maryland. We're live on ESPN3.com on September the 2nd at 2:40 Eastern, and then the Baltimore Grand Prix at 4:15 Eastern on September the 4th, and repeated the next day at 4 o'clock on ABC. I've had a great time calling this one. I've got no voice left. Jeremy Shaw, final comments.
Yeah, just a brilliant race. Great to see some super results there. Good for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. Great to see Butch Leitzinger back. Wonderful motor race.
It's been a fabulous weekend here at Road America. We've come to expect it. Join us again at Baltimore when we go world-class motor racing with the American Le Mans Series next. Bye for now.